Alright, welcome to the Franchise Time Machine. Hope everyone's doing well. I hope you had a fun PTCS Saturday. Hope you got lots of special drops. You can get special drops from me tonight. You know, I think the drops I didn't get, I don't know that I got any regular affiliate drops tonight. You had a more eventful PTCS day than me. I thought you weren't. Wait, were you in PTCS this cycle? I thought you were taking the. I thought you took PTCS 11 off. Not a real PTCS. Oh, did you win one of the pop-ups? That would be amazing. Those are great. You're in the finals right now? Oh, awesome. Do you want to stream it and I'll hop off and I can hop back on when you're done? I wonder if it's one I was in. Every series since the first has been 9. Which pop-up is it? I don't think I can see the games, but okay, all right. Let me get into that account. Let me see if I can see. Um, Let me switch accounts here. Let me see if I get into that. I don't know. Hooker on streamer phonics actually sounds more interesting. All right, let's see if I can watch this. I don't know if I'm actually able to watch highlights of games that I'm not in. I know if I'm in the tournament, I can see the. I just logged myself out. All right, let's see. Let's get in this. Let's see. I was in the pop-up. Oh, that's right. Yeah, because you don't see the timer doesn't update once you're out. Let's see. PTCS Daily Perfect Draft pop-up. Let's take a look at this. Let's at least watch the current game. We'll take a look at the current game. And then we'll do a little recap of... well, I guess I'll go to Tournament Tree. Let me figure this out here. Put the game up for everybody. If I go to Tournament Tree... Well, okay. How's this going to work? First, let me hide scores. Do I just tell everyone to close their eyes when I click on this? And let's see. So yeah, the only way I can get... No, wait, I can't see the highlights there. How do I see the highlights? I don't think I can see the highlights. Oh, maybe from here? Okay, I have hidden the scores. If I go back a day... Oh, yeah, I can. Okay. Alright. It's just like when we do the postseason in our Sims. Well, unfortunately, I know what the... Well, actually, I don't know the outcome of this one. I know what the series is. But we don't know the outcome of this one. Okay, so this is Smiley Face Jane batting in the bottom of the first with 2 outs. I really like this this gold Larry Walker. It's also a little confusing because it's a gold card, but the badge it looks like silver. But... No, I figured out how to avoid the spoilers, Smiley Face Jane. The only problem is is the point you made about how you don't know when the next sim is in. So Larry Walker drives in a run. Smiley Face Jane off to an early 1-0 lead. Pronounces. Is this pronouncers of nonsense? I assume it is. With runners on first and second on the top of the second. Line drive in the left field. That's going to drop in. The runners have to check up, though, so that will probably prevent the run from scoring. Throw home is cut off, and the bases are loaded with no outs in an 0-1 count. Mini Minoso facing Nepper. Ground ball to third. Throw to second. The turn. Double play. A run will score, but I think it's worth getting those 2 outs to cut down on this inning. Runner on third with 2 outs and a full count. Little dribbler to the pitcher. Picked up. The throw, though, is going to be late. That animation usually means infield hit. So 2-run score. Top of the 5th. It is another highlight for the pronouncers of nonsense. Fly ball to deep left field. Looks like that's going to be gone. And it is now a 3-1 game. JD Drew on first for Bobby Dorr. Line drive into right. That's headed to the corner. That could be trouble. Good bounce to the right fielder, though. He gets it in. It's going to hold him to a double. And might... Okay, they do get 3 runs that inning, so it's now 5-1. Spy face James Larry Walker up again. Crushes this to left field. That's going to be gone. Cuts the lead to 3. Bottom of the 5th, another smiley face Jane highlight. Chase Utley on first. Artie Latham. Bloops one up the middle for a base hit. Duke Snyder. I do like this Duke Snyder, especially versus righties. Draws the walk. Bases loaded for Larry Walker. Full count. Infield is in. Draws a walk. Walks a run in. Cuts the lead to 2. Bob Robertson. Big power bat from the right side. Line drive past the shortstop and gets a base hit. Runners advance on the throw. And it's second and third for home run Johnson. It's a tie game now. Fly ball to left. Should be deep enough to score the runner. And just like that, Smiley Face Jane has taken the lead with a big 5th inning. Top of the 7th, pronouncers of nonsense. Fly ball to right field. That is going to be gone. Posada with a solo shot to tie the game. Bottom of the 7th. Again, I really like this Duke Snyder versus righties, but now there's a lefty in the game. 1-2 count. Line drive up the middle. Doesn't seem to phase him. Base hit. Leadoff single. Brings up like, oh man, that Snyder-Walker combination. What a 1-2 punch. It just occurred to me that they're batting back-to-back. Ground ball up the middle, base hit. Bob Robertson. Now, Robertson should feast on the lefty here. 2-1 count. Fly ball to right. I think he's got 200 power versus lefties. For a diamond, that's amazing. All right, home run Johnson. 2-2 count. 1 out. Little blooper to right. It's going to hang up long enough for the right field to get under it, though. And there'll be 2 outs for Gedman. Don't love the lefty-lefty matchup here for Gedman. And he goes down swinging. Top of the 8th, Nelson Cruz. Facing the lefty, John Franco. This might be dangerous. Big power bat on Cruz, especially versus lefties. Fly ball to center field. That's going to be over the center fielder's head, off the wall. JD Drew with still no outs. Oh, the ball gets away from the catcher. The runner's going to advance to third. 3-1 count. Infield is in. Check swing, walks, first and third. Ground ball to short. The throw home. Oh, they got him. God, thank goodness. Could you imagine if that throw didn't get there in time? Would have been first and second and a run scored. At least they got 1 out and cut the runner down at home. So it is first and second, but no additional run has scored. 0-2 count. Gets him swinging. Dansby Swanson up with 2 outs and a full count. Oh my goodness, that is gone. Three-run shot. Now it's a 3-run deficit. Tim Raines with 1 out and a 2-2 count for Smiley Face Jane's squad. Little dribbler in front of the plate. Pitcher scoops it. The throw to first is not in time. Speedy Tim Raines beats out the infield hit. Chase Utley facing Quisenberry. Got a right-hander in the game now. Outside, draws the walk. First and second with 1 out. Line drive, base hit. In safely. Castelli to 2. Duke Snyder comes to bat. 2-0 count. A little blooper in the right field. That's going to drop in. The runners did have to make sure that dropped in, though. So they did hold up. It is bases loaded for Larry Walker. Ground ball to second. The throw home in time. Throw to first. Safe. So the inning continues. Bob Robertson. This might be a tough righty-righty matchup for Robertson. Oh, he goes down looking. Brutal with the bases loaded. All right, bottom of the 9th. Home run Johnson leading off. 2-1 count. Ground ball past the first baseman. Base hit. Gedman. Blooper to center. Got him. Aaron Hill. Ground ball to third. To second. To first. And that double play ends the game. So now we can just go to the next day, right? Okay, it looks like this hasn't come in yet. The sim has come in? Okay, maybe I have to go to... Oh, I probably have to exit and go back in. Yeah, okay. Let's see if I can do this without a spoiler. Oh, it's the pop-up. It's the pop-up. Pop-up. There it is. Now, I think I have scores hidden, so hopefully that doesn't... Well, this will hide my scores, which is fine. And then we'll go to scores. Oh, this must be the next game, though, because now... Spyfish, were you the home team in that last game that we just watched? I thought you were the home game. So is this the next game? I think this might be the next game. I should have paid more attention to the date. Yeah, that's the new game. Okay, so this game is now June 8th. June 8th. FlyingWV, thank you for the Tier 3 subscription. That comes with 2 free community games each month. Something we had to invent when FlyingWV became my first and only Tier 3 subscriber. FlyingWV is going to be playing low ball just for fun. No leaderboard implications because he wants to play with the modifiers off to see what happens. Oh, there was a spoiler? I didn't even notice. Okay. So is the format the same as PTCS where it's best of 9 and everything? I know the run environment was the same. Throw to second is in time. Oh, we're going all the way to the 5th inning. Zeros across the board. Best of 9 diamond and gold. Got it. I think this Mesoraco card is a good bat. I'm not thrilled about the defense. But good bat. Fly ball to left center field. It doesn't have the distance. It does. Just gets over the wall. So 2-run shot. And the inning continues. Bases loaded. Only 1 out. Lefty facing Bob Robertson. That is a frightening prospect. And you know what? Surprises us by going down the line for a base hit instead of mashing a home run. The right fielder hangs onto it. Is that Clase in right field just holding on to that ball? What is going on there? Alright. That's a 5-run inning as we head to the bottom of the 5th. Felix PA leading things off. 2 outs. Oh, no, not leading things off. 2 outs first pitch. Fly ball to deep center field. Did PA just go yard? He sure did. To the deepest part of the ballpark. 427 feet. Bottom of the 6th. Still ahead by 4. Is Smiley Face Jane's team. Facing a runner on first. And a full count for Minnie Minoso. Ground ball to third. The third baseman charges. No throw, though. Next is Kirk Gibson. 1-0 count. Line drive to center field. And it drops. I thought the center field was going to track that down. Chipping away. Trying to chip away at this lead. Bases loaded now for Dick Allen. Phil Hughes delivers. Fly ball to center field. The center field is charging in for this one, so they may get him at home. Or at least hold him at third. They do. Bases still loaded with 1 out and a full count. So double play here could end the inning. Posada at bat. Checks his swing. Goes down on strikes. Huge strikeout. And they get out of that. Oh, no. Sorry. 2 outs for Roberto Perez. Righty here. I think you got to like that because he does. I think he mashes lefties. Oh, but it looks like he mashes this righty too as he ties the game with a grand slam. All right, bottom of the 7th. Rogers Hornsby up after Spike Face team fails to score in the top of the 7th. Fly ball to deep right field, and that is gone. And that 5-run lead has evaporated over the last 2.5 innings. Daniel Murphy, Mets legend, top of the 8th for Smiley Face Jane, leading things off. 1-1 count. Lindy McDaniel in the game now. I don't think that one's got the distance as he pops out to the pitcher. Ernie Banks up with 1 out and a 2-1 count. Blooper to center. Base hit. The infield was playing deep to prevent extra base hits, so that might have helped Banks get that single. 0-2 count to Bernard Gilkey with 1 out. Goes down swinging. There's Rocco. Ground ball to short, deep in the hole. Gets him at second. All right, bottom of the 8th. Posada. They're looking for some insurance. Smiley Face Jane trying to hold them to make the comeback a little easier in the top of the 9th. But that is a home run. That's going to double the lead to 2 runs. Rogers Hornsby up. 2 outs and a 1-2 count. Line drive to right center field. Center field a little slow to react to it. And a little slow to pick up the ball. And a little slow to throw the ball in. Runner headed to third. Oh, they're going to get him at third. Maybe he was trying to sucker him into the extra base there. All right, down by 2. But it did go to 2 outs. Usually this is a sign that the AI is surrendering. Ground ball to short. Scooped and thrown in time for the out. All right. I think that's 1-4 now. Let's see what the prizes are. I mean, just getting to the final in a pop-up is pretty great. Even second place is 2 historical rainbow packs and 140,000 perfect points. That moves up to an all perfect pack, but not historical. So all perfect pack, 200,000 perfect points. What's the relative value difference between 2 historical rainbow packs and a 1 regular all perfect pack? It doesn't seem like that huge of a jump. And I guess that's fair because the perfect point jump isn't that big either. It goes from 140k to 200k. So, yeah, these pop-ups, I like them a lot. They're super fun, but the prizes don't really hit until you get to like the quarterfinals or even the semifinals. You're only at 10,000 perfect points in the quarterfinals. You get to 50k and a historical rainbow pack, which is really nice when you get to the semis. So I feel like unless you make a deep run, I mean, you're playing more for fun because the prizes, I think, don't really hit until you get pretty deep. Your next start is Matt Latos. That's not great. Will you know when the sim is in? If you tell me the next sim is in, I can go back and... The sim isn't. Okay, let's try that again. And let's try not to see what Smiley Face Jane saw as the spoiler somewhere along the line. She said she saw a spoiler. Perfect draft pop up. So the clock's still running, so Smiley Face Jane did not get eliminated. That in itself is a spoiler. It's a bummer trying to watch these from the outside in because it's. Oh wait, no, this is my. Oh yeah, we got to go to scores. We go to the previous game. We go to highlights. All right, so top of the second, scoreless first. Mets legend Daniel Murphy with 1 out facing Sam Streeter. I do like the Streeter card a lot for a diamond. Fly ball to left field. Doesn't have the distance. It barely gets over the wall, but still counts as a run. Home run for Daniel Murphy. 1-0 lead. Top of the fourth. Robertson on first. Daniel Murphy up again. 1 out in a full count. Ground ball up the middle. Past the diving shortstop. Base hit. Smiley Face chances. The spoilers happen even if you're in them. Remember when I faced Clay Dog in PTS finals earlier this cycle, and after game 5 it was evident what the result was, so I didn't bother watching the game. Oh, that's a bummer. Wish there's a way for that to be avoided somehow. I think they've done a few things to make it a little better. Like some of the obvious spoilers have gone away. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's the kind of thing where like there's always going to be something new people notice and like, oh yeah, now we have to fix that one. So as long as they keep working on it, I'd be happy with it. But yeah, you know, that's a case where sometimes it helps to be oblivious to details like I am, and you don't notice the spoiler. Sly Face Jane may be too observant. All right, it is now a 3-run game. Bottom of the fourth. Pronouncers of nonsense trailing Smiley Face Jane 3-0. 2-2 count. Leadoff hitter hits it deep in the right field. And that is a leadoff home run. Cuts the lead to 2. Top of the 6th, another Smiley Face Jane highlight. Runners on first and third with 2 outs. Bernard Gilkey up at bat. Fly ball to deep left field on a line, but I think it's got the distance, and it does. 3-run shot. 7-1 game. Bottom of the 7th. Runners on first and second for Nelson Cruz. Ground ball to short. Scooped to second to first. The double play. Runner advances to third, but the 2 outs. It looks like the runner score did score, and it brings up Kirk Gibson with a 5-run lead. Fly ball to center field. The center fielder, this one's going to be over his head, I think. Yep, off the wall. The center fielder is strolling after the bounce and throws it in. Cut off to third, not in time. 2-out triple. All right, bottom of the 8th now, 1 out. Runners on first and third for Posada. Pronouncers of nonsense still trailing by 4. Fly ball to right field, but it looks like it's right at the right fielder. The throw home is cut off. Runner scores, but they do keep the runner on first. Trail runner does not advance. Nelson Cruz up with 2 outs and a full count. Hey, D King, we're watching the PTCS pop-up highlights with Smiley Face Jane in the finals. This is Game 6 with Smiley Face Jane trailing 1-4. All right, first and third for Kirk Gibson. 2 outs. Oh, the pitch gets away from the catcher, but runners do not advance. It's a 2-2 count now for Gibson. Goes down swinging. Ends the inning. Bottom of the 9th, 2 outs. That's the sign that the game is going to be over. Jumps to the last inning in 2 outs. Pops him up. And Smiley Face Jane will live to see a Game 7. Best of 9. Alright, so here's where I'm going to do some PTCS recapping. Let me get into my Llamas account here. Speaking of coming back, which Smiley Face Jane is trying to do. So Smiley Face was down 1-4. Just won a game to make it 2-4. Let me show you a similar story that played out today in PTCS number 11. And you are getting special Franchise Time Machine PTCS drops. So these are not regular affiliate drops. If you already maxed out an affiliate drops today, you're still getting additional drops because OOTP Developments has done this great things where the affiliates who participate in PTCS can get special drops on PTCS day, and you can run around collecting as many as you can. All right, so let's find PTCS. Iron, bronze. Oh, I have scores turned off. I think that's why it's not showing me the finish. They still need to be hidden. So I swept round 1, not Gym Unknowns, 2 extra inning games, and then I won Game 1 against Lap, and then lost 3 in a row. So I was down 1-4, just like Smiley Face Jane was. And I won, and I won. And having been on the other side of a almost reverse sweep, I did feel kind of bad to beat Laptop Hound that way, especially in a best of 9. It's rough when you're up 1-3 in a best of 7 and lose. I can't imagine being up 1-4 in a best of 9 and then losing. So this was a brutal comeback from the Laptop Hound perspective. And you know, this is the person who got me into Perfect Team and basically taught me how to do drafts and build rosters by watching his stream. And it's like very mixed feelings. Like you're excited to move on, but man, feels bad doing a 4-win comeback on a streamer you really like. So that was pretty rough. And then, you know, when that happens, you hope you can go on and make a run out of it. So at least it's like, hey, I had that crazy comeback against you, but it was in service of this deep run. Nope. Got taken out by, this is Charles, Warbot TBD. Yeah, Baffle, I'm sure I and the chat would be happy to try to help you out. But here's the interesting. So keep in mind, Charles takes us out in the next round. It's 2-2, and he runs off 3 wins in a row. Let's look at the tournament tree. Charles took me out here. Look who he took out in the round before. He took out my alt. So Charles wiped out 2 of my teams in 2 rounds. Brutal, man. Brutal. There's Clay Dog. He made a bit of a run here. Got to the quarterfinal. This is my new account. This is the account I created just to show the new players who are waiting for PT27 that you didn't have to have variance. You didn't have to spend a lot of perfect points. You didn't have to have a lot of time in the game. From the time to entry pool to within, I think, 3 days, I was in tournaments. I had enough perfect points to build 4 rosters. Iron Live, Bronze Live. Those were each, I think, under 1,000 perfect points to build. Iron Late, which is a no variant tournament. That was, I think, 1,500 perfect points. And Bronze Late, which is a no variant tournament. That was under 2,000 perfect points. And this team qualified for Iron Bronze in 3.5 weeks. Right? So I did want to show people, like, you don't have to wait. We were watching the PTCS 11 PD pop up because Smiley Face Jane is in the final. So we were watching some of the highlights for that. D King says, I feel this was it's over franchise. I have the high ground moment, but laugh underestimated my power. Yeah, the RNG is something else. The RNG is definitely something else. I will say, though, I felt good about these Iron Bronze rosters because my teams play Iron. I had a lot of variance with a tight cap. I think it really favored my teams that had like the Iron variants and not a bunch of Bronze variants. Yes, I am in the weekly PD pop-up, Smiley Face Jane. So, but thanks for letting me know about that. Yeah, if it's not full, I highly recommend people join in. They're super fun. Lisa Loves Bodge said, "Oh, oops, TBD trounced me 5-0 in the tournament with a gazillion variants." But you're happy to make it to round 3, Anya. Oh, were you in the are you Lisa Loves Bodge? Are you talking about the pop up, or were you in the regular PTCS? Because we'll look for you in there. This is the Stuffy team, right? Oh, the pop up. Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah. Baffle says, I'm about to draft my team for tomorrow, 2002. Oh, are you? Oh, so you're doing the draft weekly pop-up, Baffle? Yeah, so I'm maybe not the best person to ask for advice because all my teams were wiped out by round 3. So I think maybe I misinterpreted or didn't quite handle the run environment well. But Smiley Face Jane is in the final of a tournament that uses the same run environment. So maybe Smiley Face Jane might have some advice for you. It does favor lefty power a little bit. It's a little more power than base. Yeah, so in hindsight, I'm not quite sure whether I over or underestimated the run environment. Well, I could do that draft in the stream too if FlyingWV doesn't mind waiting a little longer. So I on these PTCS days, I know FlyingWV knows that I have to do like a PTCS recap before we start because that's why I get special drops because I'm part of PTCS but I don't want to keep him waiting forever either. Esther Denny, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. So look, for those of you who were already here before the raid, let me let you know about Ezra Denny. Awesome streamer, awesome OOTP After Dark streamer, but also very fun variety strategy game streamer as of late. So most nights, I think around 8:30, Ezra Denny starts his stream doing a 1986 San Francisco Giants save, where each stream is a game in the season. He goes pitch by pitch, does the whole game. It's a very different way of enjoying a simulation versus the way we do it, where we sim an entire season in one stream. And you really kind of learn to like live and die by each game. It's a lot of fun. And he has these great seventh inning stretches where he has some bit of usually pop culture or baseball, I don't know, like video or, information that he shares. Usually it's always really fun. And then on Saturdays, when he's normally off from streaming, he has started doing these strategy game streams, which are great. They're games that like I either wouldn't have the time or the patience to learn or play, but watching him play them I find really interesting. And of course, you get to kind of be in the chat with him in the stream, and it's a lot of fun. So if you're not already following Ezra Denny, I highly recommend you click on that link in the shout out and give him a follow. So yeah, Ezra, I enjoyed the stream tonight. The only thing I miss during Saturday night streams is no seventh inning stretch, of course. Okay, so look, it sounds like there's some interest in this. So let me go ahead and do this draft. But again, let me preface this by saying I did not have a good PTCS number 11. All right, let me rephrase that. I actually had a great time building the rosters, especially with everyone's help in the chat. And I can't imagine having done that without the chat and without the stream, because it took so long to do the drafts and the roster builds. But because everyone was involved, I had a super fun time, even though I am still tired. But my results were probably among my poorest of the PTCS results I've had. So I don't know if I'm really good for a lot of advice, but I think it might help you to watch me do the draft because the order is a little different. I took notes the first time I did one on stream. So you can watch and learn what the order is going to be. I think that will help you. Just knowing what order the rounds are going to be, I think will be of benefit to you. Let me see where I put that. I mean, I can even show you. So look, I will say this. Spoiler alert. If you're the kind of person who wants to like kind of not know what's coming and want to enjoy the surprise, then I would say avert your eyes for a second. I'm going to put up on the screen the order of the rounds. Okay, I won't read them out loud, so then if you don't want to look, I won't spoil it for you. I'll put it up. People who are interested in can look at it. Okay, it's up now, so you can take a look. These are the round numbers and then how many cards of each type you get. Okay, so like screenshot that if you want. And if you don't want the spoiler, I'm taking it off the screen now. Okay. Maybe that's more helpful than watching me do the draft, considering I didn't do well. So maybe the screenshots are the thing that would help you the most. Yeah, I think what Smiley Face Jane is saying is not spoiler information. I think is actually sound information for a lot of these. Like, what's the name of the draft type where the rounds are out of order? Like in any of those, and like the new ladder style, I always just try to think about if it's an iron round, what am I usually taking in an iron round, right? It's often a backup catcher. It's often 2 or 3 pitchers to finish out my pitching staff. And then it's usually like a utility infielder, utility outfielder to fill. Mixed bag. Thank you, Smiley Face Jane. And so when I hit that round in a mixed bag or in a ladder, I kind of try to recreate that because I know I'm going to need those cards to fill out my roster. And so when I get to the higher value rounds, I don't have to like be forced to take a catcher because I need two and I don't have enough. Or I'm not forced to take a pitcher when there's great batters on the board because I've already grabbed some of those in iron when I would normally grab them at the end of the round. It's the flip of the advice I give for the single level tournaments, like the all silver or the all diamond. On those, I'm a big proponent of you have to find your subs and your backups throughout the entire draft because there's no like, oh, I'm going to get my subs. There's no value in saying I'm going to get my subs later because the value of the cards isn't lower later. So if you're in an early round and there's like, there's one card you really like, then like find a bullpen pitcher or find a backup so that you don't have to do it later when you have two good cards you want to take. Yeah, right. So what Smiley Face James talking about, I think it still works with what I said too, but it's a good advice. That what she said is what makes it tough is when you don't get offered what you want and have to figure something out anyways. Which I think in general for drafting is what separates the really good players from the average players. Is everyone knows what to do when you have a good round in front of you. I think what differentiates the really good drafters is they still somehow manage to do something helpful for their team on a bad round, right? And so, when you have two 105s on your screen, anyone knows what to do there. it's either when you have three 105s or you have a bunch of crap. They're like, what do you do to make that round, the most helpful? Ryan Elder asking, how much do you take team chemistry into account when drafting? I personally do not take it into account, but and I will say, like, I've been pretty successful in Draft Weekly, and I don't take it into account at all. And it's also hard to take it into account because, like, it's so unpredictable what you're going to get in later rounds. Okay, well, Sly Face Jane's the GOAT, and she doesn't think about it either. I do know that the people that do constructed drafts, like the traditional drafts for tournaments and things like PTCS, I've seen some of them like add a player that they never intend to use, but that would give their team a chemistry boost. And so, but that's because you can structure your entire roster, right? And you can figure out what role every single card is going to have. You can't do that in a draft, so I personally don't think about it. Last year for Bagels, my face would try to go hard on NEL guys. So many of the good cards for that format were NEL anyways, and it was historic only, but this year didn't seem to work as well. Did they also tone down the impact of chemistry? I know they got rid of the chemistry combinator double dip, but I don't know what they did about chemistry in general. So, Lisa Loves Biology, as far as I know, I don't know that OOTP has ever announced the full impact of chemistry. And there's no way to do experiments in Perfect Team the way I do experiments in the base game, so I haven't been able to try to quantify it either. Yes, my Face Jane's saying the same here, that we don't know that there's much public information on it. I know some of the analytic streamers had tried to quantify it, but I don't know how successful they were. Ryan Elder asking, is it typical to lose in the first or second round in most drafts you do? So, I mean, if just from a numbers perspective, right? Half the people are losing in round one, and then 75% of the people are gone in round two. So it's absolutely typical to lose in the first two rounds. And that's just from the math. The other thing is, Seawit, who's one of the affiliate streamers, he did some... so one of the things OTP did that was really great is this year, they started releasing the tournament data in terms of like what teams and what players had what results in tournaments. And so he did this analysis and showed that basically if you're winning 2 rounds, you are like among the like top managers consistently winning 2 rounds, and that threshold is even lower for like live tournaments, and I think that's because live and zero variant tournaments. And I think that's because there's just a lot less differentiation of the teams based on the card pool. So yeah, you shouldn't feel discouraged because you're getting a bunch of first and second round knockouts. I mean, here, I'll even show you as part of the PTS recap. Let me show you what happened in my PTCS today. Right? So look, I've been a pretty successful manager in OOTP 26. I've gotten a bunch of teams into perfect team. I won PTCS. I almost forgot I won PTCS. And the next PTCS I went to the finals. So I've been doing well. And yet here is my results for today. I had 14 teams in the tournament. Dark red is the first round exit. The brighter red is the second round exit, and the light red is the third round exit. All my teams wiped out by the end of third round. Half my teams, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, exactly half my teams wiped out in round 1. 1, 2, 3 more, 10 out of 14 gone by round 2. And then in round 3, 2 of my teams got swept. It was brutal. And so this happens. And for an event like PTCS, I think who was I think I was talking to Claydog about this. Basically, if you can get to the 4th round, that's a pretty deep run, right? I didn't have a deep run. None of my teams got to round 3. Now, one thing I was pretty excited about was 3 of my Iron Bronze teams made it to round 3, and I was like, oh, this is great. And then, like, bam, they're all wiped out. 2 got swept, and then 1 lost 2-5. Just slaughtered. But I try to focus on the plus side, which is, hey, I got 3 out of 5 teams to round 3 of Iron Bronze. And so... And look at my draft side. My draft side was even worse. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out of 7 teams gone in the first round. Right? So if you're feeling bad about your drafts, don't. and literally, if it was a coin flip tournament, right? If it's a coin flip tournament, half the teams are gone in round 1 by definition. And then a half of the next round is gone. So 75% are gone by round 2. So, you shouldn't feel bad if 75% of the time your teams are getting out in their second round, because that's just the math. So I think it's also easy to forget about that too. That, a deep run is a statistical improbability. Like, you're really beating the odds to get to round 4 and round 5. That's even if just all things are equal, right? And so, yeah, don't feel bad. Even Smiley Face Jane the GOAT says, I have stretches like that myself too, so... Yeah, RNG can be brutal. And on top of that, the AI can be brutal. The AI can make some decisions that you wouldn't want them to make, right? So... No, so it is, right? So I'm saying all things being equal, your expected value is half the time you should be out in round 1. But then there are some really good drafters out there. Like Smiley Face Jane, for example. In Draft Weekly, Kynan360 in our community, for example. In general, I think Mr. Audit, seems to draft really well. Right? And so, yeah, they're going to make it past the first round way more than half the time. Right? And if you can have a 55 to 45 edge in a coin flip competition, in the long run, you're going to do really well. And that's kind of the mentality that it takes. Lisa Loves Baji said, I started drafting December. There are certain drafts I noticed I was doing better in, so I started focusing on those. But I still get eliminated first and second round a lot, but feel great when you get to round 4, and amazing you get to 3. Yeah, so I think that's a great mentality, right? You just have to expect some early knockouts, even if you are a 55-45 player, right? Let's say you do become really good at drafting, and you're a 55-45 player. That's a huge advantage, but you're still going out in round one 45% of the time. Like, that's what you have to think about, right? It's a numbers game. It would almost be like, okay, we're playing a baseball game, right? It would be like if you were a baseball player and you got bummed out that you got out 70% of the time. Your teammates will look at like you're crazy. So they'll be like, you're hitting 300. Why are you upset? And you're like, oh, I'm getting out 70% of the time. So don't feel bad. Like, don't feel bad at all. It's just part of the game. And I think Lisa Loves Biology's approach is the best. Like, just learn to appreciate when you do have a deep run. Right? Like, the flip side of this table, right, is I got 14 teams in the PTCS. I still get excited when I come in second or first in a daily tournament. And so, that's the part you have to focus on. It's like you have to celebrate when it really works. Yeah, you're not missing anything obvious, Ryan Elder. Definitely not. Yeah, it's... at the end of the day, it's still a probabilistic game. So you can have the best team with the best variance fully boosted, and every once in a while you're still going to lose to a team that looks on paper like, what is this manager doing? And they're playing live cards and, much worse cards than yours. You can still lose because it's still based on probability. Yeah, look, Kitty Poo Poo is on the top of the daily draft boards, which is the most rigorous of the PTCS categories. And even Kitty Poo Poo is saying this game can be rough at times. Lisa Loves Five said yesterday was a really bad draft day. Started worrying that I had done something wrong. But then today you got 3rd and 4th in Bagels and 5th to 8th in Perfecto Sunrise. Awesome. Look at that. That's great. And look, I got slaughtered in PTCS, but like this week, in consecutive, I think it's the same one that the Perfecto Sunrise. I had 2 finals and a semifinal, or a quarterfinal. So second place, 5th through 8th. And so, like, that can happen. Oh, the other thing, right, if you're feeling bad about your drafting, even though we're telling you not to, Kynan360, who is pretty regularly in the top of the leaderboard for, holy cow, you won the pop-up smiley face, Jane? You were down 1-4. Congratulations! Whoa! That is almost like a me versus Laptop Hound kind of comeback. Okay. Just for that, I'm putting this back up. I hope Laptop Hound isn't watching. I'm putting this back up. What Smiley Face Jane did is a lot like this. She was down 1-4. I was down 1-4. And then win, 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 win. Of course, this was in round 2. Smiley Face Jane was in the finals of a pop-up. 7 straight series went 9 games and didn't get eliminated. And, Smiley Face Jane, may I share what you and I have been discussing the last couple weeks about your drafting? I think it would be very helpful for people to hear about this. Okay. So Smiley Face Jane just won this pop-up, just won 200,000 perfect points and an all-perfect pack. And it's a perfect draft pop-up. For the last 2 weeks, we've been discussing, and Smiley Face has been asking, what am I doing wrong? I can't win anything in perfect draft. She showed me her, your tournament page. I was like, is this my your tournament page? Because there was like almost no placements and a few 33rd to 64th placements. And I was like, wow, you really are ice cold. And then she asked me if I would do some drafts on stream so she could see if, am I doing something that Smiley Face Jane isn't doing, right? She wanted to know if, there's something she was missing. This is the GOAT asking a base game player, can I watch you draft? and yet it turns around on one day, right? She's right back to form, and she's winning a pop-up. And so it's like that sometimes. You can be ice cold, and then you can turn around and win a pop-up and win 200,000 perfect points in an all-perfect pack. Nuremberg said, I was so proud of my trip run until I saw it was one game. Yeah, no, but you know what? The fact that it is one game per round makes a deep run, I think, even harder. So if you did make a run, you shouldn't undervalue it because it's a one game per round tournament. So actually, Smiley Face Jane's example is probably way better than the one I was about to tell you about. But I'll still tell it anyway. If you notice, I usually get I'm usually able to get these 4 teams into draft weekly, right? Sometimes they squeak in, sometimes I'm in the top 10. Oh no, Smiley Face Jane's all perfect pack sucks. That's a bummer, Smiley Face Jane. But hey, at least your cold streak is over. I think that's the most important part. The cold streak is over. And look, I've had a few weeks where I don't know if the newer players know this. I think Lisa Loves Biology has seen us do the PTCS review, so she knows this. But Ryan Elder, each week, right, the rankings come out for PTCS. And if you're in the top 20 for the week, you get bonus Clubhouse stars. And if you're in the top 50 for the period, when the qualification's over, you get bonus Clubhouse stars. And so we're always looking, when I update my own. So I do an update just to see how I'm qualifying. Right, so for this PTCS period, this is my week 1, this is my week 2, this is week 3, and this is week 4. And I see what progress I'm making towards qualifying. And so I'm pretty good at qualifying draft weekly now. I almost always get all 4 teams in. And Kynan360, who's often in our stream, Kynan360 also very good at draft weekly. And a few PTCS periods ago, we both went ice cold at the same time. Like, we had previously just been both in the top 10 for the week, right? So we're doing really well. Both went ice cold. Fortunately, we had won enough in the first 2 weeks that we still qualified for PTCS. But we're both like, what is happening? Like, why can't we win? Like, what happened? Like, we were winning, all of a sudden we're not winning. And it wasn't like a day or two, it was 2 weeks. And then that PTCS, I think that was the one where he won and I went to the finals in draft. And so just like Smiley Face Jane, coming out of a cold streak, won this pop-up. We were both in a cold streak, and we're just like commiserating with each other on it. And Kynan360 wins PTCS, and I make the finals of PTCS. So it can just kind of, it feels like it's just coming and going. I think a lot of it's RNG. I do think for me, during that period, part of it was, I think the card set is always evolving, right? Because new cards are always coming out, so the card environment's always changing. And the tournaments, the run environments are always changing. Even for the dailies and weeklies, I think a lot of them have rotating stadiums. So even though the area is not changing, the stadium's changing. And I think sometimes the settings are such that it fits my mental model of how to draft and how to build a roster. And then other times it drifts out of my wheelhouse, right? And I think a combination of RNG and something about the game drifting out of my wheelhouse led to a cold streak, and maybe the PTCS run environment and the stadium and the RNG kind of all clicked into my favor, and so I made it to the finals, right? Or it could just all be RNG, who knows? But I think in the long run, it's always good to think about those things so you're not kind of too hard on yourself. And it sounds like you did have some early success too, right? So I think it's important to remember, like, you're still the same manager. And so don't be too hard. And also maybe don't over adjust too much, right? So, Yeah, and Ezra's right too. It is fake baseball. I think about that a lot lately, right? Because like this week I've been really busy with work. We've had some really like tough family stuff going on, and I'm always busy with the kids. And at the end of the day, I think like 10 years from now, or like let's say even longer, or hopefully longer than that, and like I pass away, none of this is going to be remembered by anybody. My kids aren't going to care. My wife isn't going to care. Um, some of you out there might be like, remember that streamer franchise Time Machine, in like a fleeting thought, right? But all this stuff is going to be gone. So I think Ezra Desi's perspective is a good one. So you made the finals in one of the top 10 drafts you did. I think as you play more, you're gonna just get more perspective on how good that win was, right? You'll appreciate that win even more. Hopefully, instead of thinking like, why aren't I winning again? Nerd has an amazing memory. I'll live on if I save the VODs. Okay, that's one thing I am committing to myself to do better in on PT27, OOTP 27, is to make sure I get more of my VODs over to YouTube. Especially, like, I'm so annoyed at myself that I didn't upload the Christmas sim to the Team Christmas sim to YouTube. So that's gone now. Like, I didn't upload it, so it's gone. And that was a really fun sim. So. Texican lost to Georgia Tech on my mind this week, so hats off. Yeah, Texican, nothing's really happening. Ryan Elder had just asked about. I think the specific question was like, "Am I doing something wrong in draft?" Or it was something like that, and me and people in chat were like, "No, like there's so much variance and, yeah." Oh yeah, the question was: is it typical to lose in the first or second round of most drafts? And so and even like even the great smiley face Jane and others were like, yeah, that's that's totally normal. Don't even. Yeah, Ezra Denny too. Ezra Denny does these great interviews, and if you don't watch the VOD before Twitch gets rid of it, you know, I think most of them aren't on YouTube or anything. So Ezra and I are both gonna try to do better on that. Anyone get into today's Daily Deadball? Do you mean the Deadball After Dark? There's not a Daily Deadball draft, is there? Oh, Speckle, thank you for redeeming channel point switches for Crouton. Hey, buddy, these are Speckle Scritches. Speckle's in the house. Speckle Scritches. Thank you, Speckle. All right, with that, I feel like maybe we've done enough PTCS recap to justify the special drops. So here's what we're going to do tonight. We are going to play Deadball Creator Roster, as we've been doing a lot of lately. So I made 2 title slides tonight. This one, which is the PTCS recap, right? Because we're getting special drops. And then this one for the fun we're going to have after the PTCS recap, which is FlyingWV is going to play Deadball Creator Roster, but has requested that we turn off the player creation modifiers. With the understanding that this will not be a leaderboard run. It's not leaderboard eligible. We're just doing it for fun. Which is a weird thing to say because, like, shouldn't all this be for fun? But this is not competitive at all. It's not eligible for the leaderboard. And so for anyone who's kind of new to this, 2 things. The first is, Creator Roster is a game that I created where we use the player creation engine and a certain set of rules, and people try to build the best team possible, and we play them in the 2024 season. And we have a leaderboard that shows like who's doing the best at it. And Nerd of Anarchy, who's in the chat, currently leading the leaderboard. And then I have variations in the game that I came up with over time. One is lowball, where we try to create the worst team possible, which FlyingWV was like huge into and was a big proponent of this cycle, which I really appreciated. There's Deadball, which we play in 1907 instead of 2024. And then there's Studs and Duds, where you get 6 legend level players and 20 scrub level players. And you try to figure out what legend level player combination can get those scrubs to a World Series championship. So there's 4 types. So in Deadball, OOTP. So yeah, I'll get Lisa Lithology. That's part 2. This is what I'm going to explain next. Good question. Good question. So one of the great things that OOTP has included in OOTP 26 is, let's look at this. This is a Nerd of Anarchy Deadball run. I just need to show the base game. So if you go to game settings, this is what's called the base game, the historic game, and league settings for players. When you generate players, oh, I did all that without the game on. Dang it. Let me go back to the beginning. Thank you, Nerd of Anarchy, for letting me know. Okay. We're going to go into a game. Any game. Happens to be Nerd of Anarchy's previous game. If you go to game settings, and this is the base game. We're talking about Perfect Team, which is all the competitive stuff, the tournaments and league play. This is the base game. This is a historic game. And you go to league settings, and you go to players. When you create players, this is new. If you check this box, it will apply these modifiers to every created player to make them fit. It'll make them fit the run environment, in this case 1907. So instead, so you wouldn't get any like Barry Bonds, right, in this era, because his home run power would be nerfed by 18%. Right, so even the biggest home run hitters, the modifier is so powerful that it would squish them down into a low power hitter. And it's because it's trying to recreate the feel of 1907. But we can also turn this off by just hitting that. And this says, okay, whatever is created is just going to come into the game that way. Now, there's other modifiers that make it feel like the era. These are still going to be on because we still want the game to feel like 1907. And there's other settings here that make it so that you can have a 4-man rotation, right? Well, so we want to, so FlyingWV wants to turn them off because he wants to bring in home run hitters so we can see what happens to them in 1907. So instead of having all the created players getting nerfed, they're gonna be brought in as they normally would be created, but they'll still get nerfed by the era settings. That's still gonna happen because of the settings I've chosen. That A is gonna create the environment in 1907. Now what you can do though is you can kind of freeze that in amber and say, okay, the league is gonna feel like 1907, but the new players I bring in, they are or not going to be nerfed. Then there's another setting here that says, okay, but if new players come in, I still want them to fit into the era, so we are going to squish them down, but they'll still have more power than other players. And so one thing I forgot to ask FlyingWV is, FlyingWV, do you want me to just turn off the player creation modifier, right? Oh, you want the league modifiers off too. Okay. Well, here's the thing. We're going to leave the league modifiers on, but we're going to turn the auto calc off. So the league will still feel like 1907, but the new players will not get shoehorned into the 1907 shape. Got it. We're on the same page then. So yeah, so for anyone who's new, even someone who's not new, this can be confusing. There are 2 modifiers at play here. One is the modifiers applied to the created players, and the other is the modifiers applied to the league. Yep, got it. So if it's a Barry Bonds, you still want him to play like Barry Bonds. Okay, that's good. So that also has implications on our pack giveaway form. So let me get that into the chat. We're going to put that. Yeah, and because this is a non-leaderboard game, we're fine playing with the rules because it doesn't affect the fairness of the run. And so this should be a good time. This is going to be very kind of informal compared to some of our normal runs. Not that we're super serious about the other ones, but I do take the fairness pretty seriously. So I don't want anyone to have an advantage over anyone else when we're playing for the leaderboard. All right, so let me find a Deadball pack giveaway form. We'll do the one from Nerd of Anarchy's last run, and I'm going to copy it. This will be episode 582. Man, already coming up on 600. This is Deadball creator roster. This is FlyingWV. Unofficial. No mods. That's what I'm going to call it. All right, let me update the title and I'll put it up on the screen so you can see what I'm doing. Okay, so here is the form. Put it up. Okay, so tonight FlyingWV has requested an unofficial, no leaderboard eligibility run of Deadball. Create a roster with modifiers turned off. The 1907 era modifiers will still be on, but the player creation modifiers and the modifier recalc added player modifiers will both be turned off. In general, that means the run environment will still feel like 1907, but if we get a Barry Bonds type player, he will still play like Barry Bonds. The recalc just means if you add new players, does it recalculate everyone's rating so that they all still fit into that 1907 statistical model? So there's a couple times you can recalc. You can recalc at the beginning, which makes everything feel like 1907 or 1968 or 1953. Right? There's that recalc that makes the league feel like the era that you're playing in. And then if you bring in, so I did a sim, which I don't think I exported to YouTube, so I should redo it again in OOTP 27. Where I brought in a whole bunch of Babe Ruths. So every batter in the league was 1928, I think, Babe Ruth, which is a 60 home run Ruth, whatever that one was. So every batter in the league was Babe Ruth. If you leave the recalc modifier off, then all those Babe Ruths will hit 60 home runs, roughly, right? If you leave the recalc modifier on, then all the Babe Ruths will hit around 25 home runs because that's like league average. This is if you bring them into 2024. Right, so that's the main difference. But if you leave the league modifier, it'll still feel like 2024, except with a bunch of Babe Ruths hitting 60 home runs. Or it'll feel like 2024 with a bunch of Babe Ruths hitting 25 home runs. But it'll still have the strikeouts and the walks and the errors of 2024, just with either 60 home runs per player or 25 home runs per player. So the recalc is what controls the 60 versus the 25. So wait, did we figure out what the Deadball is? Is it Bronze Deadball After Dark? Daily Deadball Traditional. Wait, is that even a... Wait, what? I don't know this tournament. What is this? Daily Deadball Traditional? Wait, what is this? Is this a draft? What is this? Gold and higher. Are you... Wait, this is the... Okay, hold on. I don't play gold. That's probably why I haven't seen this tournament. Gold or higher? No, that's not it. Is it gold or lower? Gold Deadball 1919. Imagine Bronze Deadball but with higher level cards. Amazing. It actually is the same rule, so 1920 era cards. Yeah, I just didn't know this existed. Alright, that's fun. Yeah, I play the Bronze Deadball, so this is Bronze Deadball. Oh, again, I'm showing stuff without showing the screen. Okay, so here's the Gold Deadball. I believe that that Nerd of Anarchy is talking about. This is the next one. This is only has 5 people in it right now. I play this Bronze Deadball, which is Bronze Deadball After Dark. But also cards 1920 or earlier. Oh, Daily Deadball is an open one. Okay, so let's go open. Oh, I don't see that. Let's see. Only historical cards? No. All tournaments. Let's just look for Deadball. Daily Deadball. There's Gold Deadball. Daily Deadball. Here it is. Also 1920 and earlier. No chemistry. Someone was asking about chemistry earlier. Some tournaments have no chemistry at all. Okay, so this is open Deadball. No card value limit. That's really cool. Yeah, no card value limit. There is still an era limit, but no card value limit. That's pretty cool. That sounds like a fun one. Alright, good luck, Nerd of Anarchy. Alright, so yeah, so this is what we're running tonight. 1907 era on. Player creation modifiers off, so we'll be getting modern player shapes. And the modifier recalc off. So it'll still feel like 1907, but these new players will not get kind of shoehorned into the era shape. Okay. Otherwise, it's still the same rules. FlyingWV is still going to use the same roster file from last time. And I'm going to add a question here at the end because the later questions are more valuable, right? Because if you're tied at the end, it's whoever got the most recent question correct. That's the winner. I'm going to add a question here. So in this version, we ask for triples in the hitting section, right? I think it's going to be interesting to try to figure out how many home runs is the team leader in home runs going to hit. So we're going to add that at the end. And it'll be the most valuable question because it'll be last. And I always add this in case someone gets nitpicky. How many regular season? All right, and by virtue of it being the last question, it will be the most valuable question. Because I think it is going to be the hardest to figure out. Because there's a lot of things at play here. So I want to reward the person who gets closest on that guess. All right, I'm going to put the form in the chat now. So if anyone has to go to bed, you can start filling it out now. You might still win. You don't have to be present to win my drawings or my competitions. By the way, I was a little surprised to see Ezra Denny chime in the chat a little while ago because I thought he had gone to bed a long time ago. But thank you for the raid, Ezra. Smite Fishing, thank you for pinning that. Appreciate it. You know, he has a day job. I have a day job, but my schedule is much more flexible. He has a day job that's like a real day job. And so when he's done streaming OT after dark, he very kindly raids into us, and then he very quickly disappears. So when we were chatting about the game, and he appeared in the chat, I was like, what? Why is Ezra Denny still in the chat? Oh my goodness, Ezra Denny is still here. Holy cow. Ezra, are you not going to turn into a pumpkin? Awesome to have Ezra around here so late tonight. But you should go to... Well, wait. It's Saturday. That's why he's still up. That's why he's still up. He's probably also watching Olympic curling, which everyone should be doing as well. All right, so the Pack Your Way form is up. Let me get the roster file up because this is what we'll be building tonight. And I'm gonna re-highlight FlyingWV's picks because right now it's highlighted for Nerd of Anarchy, just went most recently. So the run we're using tonight is always in blue. Oh, and I think Nerd of Anarchy is in second place now, so we should color code that accordingly. Okay, so this blue is what we're using tonight. This is FlyingWV's roster file. I'm going to try to get the whole thing on the screen. There we go. Right, so starting pitcher, shortstop, second base, center field, star level, starting pitcher, first baser, and so on. And for anyone who hasn't played this before but wants to play either this or regular creator roster or low ball, which is also super fun, once you do the Channel Point Redemption, I will get in touch with you on Discord. We will schedule your run. I will send you the link to the Google form where you enter in your choices that look like this. This is too dark of an orange. I don't think that's the orange I use. I'm going to probably use this one. Yeah, there we go. But yeah, so this is the one we're using tonight. This is FlyingWV's roster file. And you can submit a different one each time you play. You're allowed to play as many times as you want. But FlyingWV just wanted to use the same one from last time. We're just doing a different treatment to it. And also, because of RNG, we're going to get completely different players than last time, too. So... and FlyingWV, are you going to be joining us in the voice channel? He might already be in there, actually. Yeah, he is. He beat me into the voice channel. Yeah. Let's get that, and then I'm going to put it into the stream. And I'm going to lower the volume on my Twitch so I don't hear an echo. All right, FlyingWV, you should be in the stream now.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Let's see if chat can hear you.
Okay. Can you hear me, chat?
Okay, Psycho Ducko can hear you, so it must be good. Nerdavariki gives him the thumbs up. All right, so yeah, this should be fun. Let's just go to it, right? I mean, I don't think there's anything any real big preamble here because you've already talked about this team before. We're still doing
Right.
Pittsburgh.
Right.
So let's go set this up. All right, we're gonna go to new game. We do have a quick start for this for creator roster Deadball. Let me find that Deadball. I think it's just the version 1. And this will be Flying WV. Oh no, sorry. This is Deadball 26. Flying WV. This is no mod. Maybe I should number these in case you do multiple no mod runs.
Right. Right.
Alright, so this is Flying WV. And we're taking over Pittsburgh. And I do this every time now for Deadball because I want to make sure that things are right. But for this in particular, okay, so the era modifier is going to be locked. We're not going to auto calc because you want Barry Bonds to be Barry Bonds, right? And for the players, we're going
Right.
to leave this as 1. So we're not going to do the player creation modification.
Yes.
Also, Baffle did his draft. Was getting Bullet Joe and Ankiel a good thing? I mean, those are just really good players, so I think it's probably always a good thing. Ankiel's bat will probably get a boost because I think he's a lefty bat. But yeah, those are 2 good players. I think I think that's a good start to your roster. Okay, so let's go now. Let's delete out the existing roster. So yeah, here's an example of why that modifier thing is rough, though, right? Hannes Wagner exists in 1907. Hannes Wagner has 85 power in 1907. But when you apply these player creation modifiers, let me go back to that.
By the way, we're not on the game screen.
Oh, damn it! Thank you, Wagner. Okay, so
Yep.
in 1907, Hannes Wagner exists. He has 85 power, right? But when you apply these player modifiers, right? If you apply this, every player created is going to have a 0.176 multiplied to their power rating. So you're not going to get a Hannes Wagner. It's going to be almost impossible. You would have to have such huge power that when it's nerfed down by this amount, it's still 85. It just doesn't it cannot happen. And so I like this because it gives us players that look more era appropriate, but it's almost too powerful. It prevents you
Right.
from ever creating a player that looks like Hannes Wagner. Yet Hannes Wagner existed, so you would never have that happen.
Yeah. I will say when I did my run with those modifiers, my players were hitting like 2, 3 home runs, and the league leaders were hitting like 16, 18 home runs.
Yeah, so you weren't even getting close, right? Even though, like,
Right.
in a fair world, you would have it, you would have a shot at having one of those players. You get no shot at that because
Exactly.
even to
Exactly.
be able to hit 16 home runs, you would have to start with like 1,000 power to get nerfed down so much. So,
Right. Right.
so while I love it for creating the realism of the era, it's almost too strong. And so that's where we were experimenting last week with like, okay, what if we do 1 round of uh, player creation modifiers on, and then the next round is off, and then the next round is on, and the next round is off. And I think in that one we did get more variety. It felt more fun,
Yes, it was more fun. It
but
was
it
more
still
fun.
felt like 1907, right? It didn't feel like too anachronistic, I thought.
Yeah, because even my power hitters that had 90 power were hitting like 26 home runs.
Yeah, and I also
So
think it added another level of strategy because then it's like, okay, now I'm not just picking this position at legend, but if I pick it at legend, it's going to get modified for the era. But if I pick it at star, it won't have the player creation modifier. So then do I move that position into star or not? I actually thought it
yeah,
created some really fun strategic questions.
yeah, it was more variety in the roster selection. You had
Yeah,
choices.
yeah, yeah. Ripley the Oriole, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Oh, Ripley is starting a new multi-season save. Inaugural year, inaugural playoff series win. Congratulations. Which team is it this year? Deus, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. While I let's see, expansion team, the Nashville Stars, awesome. Same save, left the Dynasty Twins. Oh, so this is a continuation of this long multi-season, multi-franchise save. So Ripley does this thing I like a lot, where Ripley will run a team for years, and of course, turn it into a multiple championship winning dynasty, and then in the same universe will take over a different team. So not only is there the challenge of building a team from building up a team, but you're still having to deal with the dynasty you just created, which I think is amazing. I think that's such a fun way to do a multi-season save, especially for people who feel like the trade AI is not perfect. You can fleece it a lot of the times. So I feel like some people find like it's too easy now to build a champion. Well, if you do it Ripley's way, you build a champion, great, but now you have to go face that champion. I think that's cool. So here's what we're doing tonight. We're playing our Deadball version of Creator Roster. But this will be an unofficial run, not tied to the leaderboard, because FlyingWV wants to do it with a lot of the modifiers changed and off, so that we will still get power hitters in 1907. So it should be a lot of fun. So yeah, so this will be, and it also be will be turning off the feature that we got in OOTP26, which is applying era modifiers to created players. We're turning that off as well. So what I was just illustrating here with Hannes Wagner, there were players with high power in 1907. I mean, high power might have meant, 6 home runs, but relative to the era, that was still 85 power. With the modifiers in the player creation engine, you will never get a player with 85 power, even though, like, theoretically you should, because people like Hannes Wagner existed. Gravy Kavath existed, right? Like, these guys who did hit 5-10 home runs existed, but you would never know it through the player creation engine. So we're gonna kick that player creation engine out of the way. And let me make sure I didn't do that right. Game settings, league settings. Auto calc is off, but the era setting is locked in. That's correct. Player settings. Oh, I have to turn this back off. I turned it on for illustration and then I left it on, so we're going to turn that off. Okay. FlyingWV, do you agree the modifiers are now correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So, roster's deleted. We're ready to start creating. Let's put up the roster file again, partly to refresh my memory, but also to remind everybody what we're building. All right. Legend level. Starting pitcher, shortstop, second base, center field. All right. Here we go. All player creation, manager pull down menu, GM and manager actions, sign a free agent. Good thing we did this. We have to clear out all the existing free agents. If you're in commissioner mode, you'll have this actions pull down menu. You can import historical players, which is what we do when we play peak performances and other historic games. Or for creator roster games, we create fictional players. And it was starting pitcher, legend level. And we always do average age. Average age, legend level. All right. Here we go. These are very modern profiles.
Okay. Well.
Man, these home run rates are almost as good as the Deadball home run rates.
Right.
These guys are good. These guys are really good.
Yes, and we're going with Micah Bro.
Yeah, this guy's crazy. 70 power, 80 home runs fresh, and 70 control. This guy is insane. I almost want to see him play in 2024.
He's one of the better ones I've ever gotten.
Yeah. Big boy. Big boy. All right, this is Legends I don't think we need to put SP on him. I think he's going to be pretty clear as a starting pitcher.
Yeah, he's going to be starting. Yeah.
Big Boy kind of works with the brow too. Big Boy brow, like
Right.
the alliteration kind of works.
Yes.
All right, we're Pittsburgh, right? Pittsburgh Pirates. Okay, next up, shortstop.
Here's my harness.
Yeah, 80 power for sure. Legend level, 5 of these. Let me switch over to the batter view. Wait a second. Oh, wait. Did I put position random by mistake? I might have.
Oh, yeah.
I think I did. I'll just delete those guys. Yeah, I think I forgot to put shortstop here. Shortstop. Legend, average age, legend level. Okay, here we go.
There we go.
All right, we'll switch to the batter view. There we go. There's Hannes. 85 power.
Well, this is an easy call. The answer is my boy Brent. Brent
Flanagan? Okay, yeah. Brent
Brent.
Flanagan is the choice. Off scale, top power 85. Off scale, top eye at 90. Second highest BABIP, second highest contact, and top defender.
Yes. Yes.
Wow, 85 power and 60 defense. That's insane.
Yeah.
All right, Brett Flanagan, Big G. There's no G in either of his initials, but all right. Legend level. Maybe some leg injury proneness might be why you got such good good characters. Because a lot of times it's like you get the offense or the defense. If you get both, there's often something else wrong with the player.
Right.
All right, next up, legend level second baseman. All right, here we go. All right, now this is a case where this is some variety that we didn't see in OOTP 25, where you have the player like the first one, which is a contact BABIP eye guy, instead of all these power eye guys. So you get a little bit of variety at the legend level now, which you used to not see before.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know that anyone would take them, but I would also like to see like the defensive wizard, right? Who's like 100 defense, and maybe like a flatter bat. Like I'd like to see some of those maybe mixed in too. Because I mean, I think Brooks Robinson, right, Ozzie Smith, those would be considered legend level players, but they don't have these profiles.
We are going to go with Trevor Van Acker.
Trevor Van Acker, top power, top second best eye. Second best. I mean, you're going to be second best when you have this contact BABIP guy. But yeah, of the power hitters, I think he's the best all around hitter. And he's a 55 defender, too. Very nice. Right. Trevor Van Acker. I think his only weak spot might be his turn double play as a second baseman, but this guy's great. All right, that's 3 legend level players. Your last one's going to be a center fielder. So looking for a Ty Cobb.
Yeah, we need a Ty Cobb.
Or Willie Mays, like Willie Mays in 1907. Send him back to 1907.
Yeah. Yeah, we've got a time machine tonight.
That's the name of the stream. We might as well use it. All right, let's see what we get here. Don't have anyone with Willie Mays defense, but you do have both kinds of players here. You've got the contact BABIP guys and you have the power eye guys.
Yes.
Frankly, you've got one who kind of combines them both.
Right. You know who I like.
Are you going to take the 95 power?
I am.
Yeah.
But I'm going to go with a sneaky pick that you wouldn't expect. I'm going with Jamie Seymour.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, I would have expected the BABIP guy, but yeah, Jamie Seymour.
Yeah, that 75 steal intrigues me.
Oh, holy cow. This guy might be Well, in modern era, he might be 60-60, but we'll see what he does in
Right.
1907.
Yeah. But remember, there's no modifiers, so he's going to play like modern.
Yeah, that's true. Well, no, there's still the era modifier, but he won't be
Well, yeah,
remodified.
he,
Yeah.
he won't be he won't be remodified. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. He won't be remodified.
Charisma.
Oh.
They need to update this so it's just Riz. D King asks, Jane won the PTCS Bronze Iron pop up. No, I think she won the daily draft pop up. She won the PTCS daily draft pop up. All right, let's see. Let's get charisma added to your team.
Can't go wrong with charisma.
And then let's see oh yeah, we go down a level to the star level.
Yep. Yes.
And the choices here are a second starting pitcher, first base, third base, right field. All right, so star level. Starting pitcher. You see the for the newer players, you see what changes is the variance. You still have some high level players, but you now have more lower level players mixed in when you go down to the star level.
Yes.
Still some good profiles in here. This is a good batch.
Yep. Yes, this is a good batch. And we're going with good old Andy Camacho.
Andy Camacho. All right. President Mountain Dew Camacho.
Camacho.
60 stuff, 65 home run suppression, 70 control. I like that home run suppression control combo with the stuff. A lot of times that combo comes without the stuff. But with the stuff, I think is what makes this guy special. Rumor Mill. That's a wild nickname. Rumor Mill. First star level player of the night.
We had a Mountain Dew Camacho kind of guy last time, too.
We did, yeah. You've gotten actually some of the best profiles I've seen. I almost want to run them in regular just to see what they do, but
right.
It'll be fun to see them. Yeah. All right, next up.
Go figure. I get all this good RNG luck when it doesn't count.
Yeah. First base. Yeah, Nerve-wracking is like, yeah, use up all that RNG luck when it doesn't count. Star level. Okay. Yeah, still getting a 5-star and a bunch of 4.5 stars at the star level here. The batters decline less than the pitchers do as you go down levels. Yeah, still got above range power here at the star level, so that's nice.
Well, you know what this, chicks dig the long ball.
Okay.
We're going with Jim Mordecai.
Yeah, above scale power, above scale eye. Still gets you pretty good contact and BABIP too, so this is a good combination, I think. Mad Dog, Jim Mad Dog Mordecai. You're getting some of these alliteration nicknames that are working.
Yes.
Okay, star level. Get him added in. All right, next up is a third baseman. All right. Got a 5-star, a 4.5-star, and a bunch of 4 stars.
Okay.
Holy cow, I almost choked on my water. I was like, why is this last guy a 5-star? And then I looked over to the right and I was like, oh, I see.
Yeah. And you know what? He's going to be the first one that breaks the mold. Because we're going with Jose Vallejo.
Yeah, and you know what? In that era, 1907, that stealing should really pay off, I think.
Yeah. Yes.
Blab. Not a great fielder, but the secondaries are amazing.
90 gap.
Oh, yeah. For Deadball, people like gap and speed. He's got both. He's going to be a triples machine. Remember this guy when you're guessing how many triples by the team leader in triples.
Yeah.
All right. That was third base. And then we have right field. Last pick at the star level, right field.
Yes.
Two 4.5 stars, a bunch of 4 stars. Still getting lots of power and eye. Very modern profiles.
Mm-hmm. Well, we are going with Manny Saravia.
Okay. Yep, top combination. Only 80-80 plater here.
And 55 defense, 55 steal.
Manny Silent John Saravia. No John in his name.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I missed it. Was there a player named Chickering?
There was a player named Chickering, and I almost took him just for the name.
All right, that was the last star level player. So we're moving down to good level. We've got the rest of your starting rotation, 2 starting pitchers. It is a 4-man rotation in 1907. 2 starting pitchers, a left field, a catcher, and your first relief pitcher. All right, so we move up to 5 picks per level now at the good level. Now, one thing that, in the Deadball with those modifiers, what it did protect you from was getting too bad of a pitcher, right, as you went down levels because it was boosting the home run suppression. We're not going to have that protection here, so it'll be interesting what we get.
Yeah, the bench level players were even pretty good for pitchers.
Yeah,
in that
but here we still have the huge variance, right, in ratings that we weren't seeing with the modifiers on.
Well, I'm going to go with Josh Robinson.
Josh Robinson. Okay. Top home run suppression, top control. Oh, no. Second best home run suppression, top control. And we know this 55 stamina is going to go pretty far in 1907. So.
Right. And I'm banking on the fact that 60 home run suppression is enough in the Deadball era.
Yeah. I mean, you're not going to be facing a ton of power anyway, but yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And 40 stuff plays up a little better than 35 stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
Now this profile may not work because it may have too low stuff.
This is good. First pick of the good level. Okay. All right. Second starting pitcher rounds out your rotation. Oh, wait, I only made 1. Sorry, let me make you 4 more. There we go. A couple 3.5 stars, that's nice.
Well, we are going to go with Igoryak Sharafiev, and good luck pronouncing that.
Igoryak Sharafiev, yeah, that's a tough one. Top stuff, top home run surprise. Yeah, I mean, what's not to like about this guy? Top stamina too.
Yep.
This guy's great.
Yep. He's the clear best pitcher of the group.
Midi is the nickname.
Midi.
All right, so that's 2 starting pitchers. And then next up we've got left field. All right.
Can't pitch.
No one there can pitch. No two-way players in there.
Yeah. Oh. He's got lead feet, but let's go with Justin Berkeley.
All right, Justin Berkeley, top power, top eye. Not a great glove, but you don't really need that in left field as much. Big lefty bat. All right, next up is a catcher. Big range of star values here.
Well, it pains me to take this guy because he can't bunt. But we're going with Devin Updike.
Picking against style here, going with a no bunter. 25 bunter, Devin Updike.
Yes, he can't bunt.
All right, let's see what we get though. 80 power,
He'd
80 eye. Can play third
he,
base as well.
he'd be going to lay down a bunt and hit it over the fence.
All right, this is a good level. All right, and then last good level player is a relief pitcher.
Yes, my closer, I hope. Granted.
You probably still have about another 20 minutes still. We got to finish this. We have to do lineups and rotate pitching staffs. We have to. Then I'll be taking a 3-minute BRB. Yeah, I think I don't know how long it takes, but you probably have 20, 25 minutes,
At
15,
least.
25 minutes. Yeah,
Yeah, at least, yeah.
about that long. I don't know how long it takes you to get father-in-law put in bed, but yeah, I think you should go for it. All right. Relief pitcher, right? Relief pitcher.
Yes, relief pitcher. Yep. Last player at this level.
Average age. Good level. Here, Lisa loves biology. I'll make you an offer. I don't let anyone else do, but for this one time, I'll let you do it. If you have a guess now, submit it. If you can't get back in time, you can use the one you submitted. If you do get back in time, you can submit a second, and I'll delete the first one.
Let's be honest. My runs are so chaotic that first guess is probably just as good as the second guess.
That's probably true. All right, let's get the picture views here. All right, there we go. Wait a second. This can't be the right level, was it? I think I must have chosen the right level. These are good level relievers?
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, I gotta check the clip. I gotta make sure I did this right. They look way too good.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, let's see. I'm watching the clip right now. I think they are good.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to tell the. It is good. Wow, these are great. Good. Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
these are
We're
great.
going
Good
with
level relief
yeah,
pitchers.
we're going with Ivan Fernandez.
Ivan Fernandez. Yep. Yeah. Top stuff. Top hormone suppression. Not too splitty. Great relief
Like you
pitcher
said,
at this level.
that's a great relief pitcher for a good level.
Yeah, it's insane. I wonder. You know what? We'll have to see. You know, last time in OTP 25, they made like a change to the relief pitchers
Hmm.
partway through the cycle where they did improve them. I wonder if they did something like that again. We have to change
Yeah.
the rules to lowball to accommodate it. Okay, we're moving down a level. Put that up here. Let me get cut up on. I convinced Nirvana to attempt tourneys. Cards be damned. Thought variants were too powerful. Yeah, I think everyone will tell you, especially compared to combinators in PT25, that the variants can't. They're not gonna completely prevent you from winning. Live tournaments every. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah, I will say this: when I was playing Perfect Team, I had full teams of 5-star variants that were meta cards. I would still routinely lose to teams that had no variants.
Yeah, it's
That's
still
just
it's still a
it's
coin
just the
flip.
way.
Even though the coin's
Yeah.
weighted, it still can land
Yep.
on the other side sometimes.
Yep. That's just the way it is.
All right, so we are moving down to average level now. This is all bullpen and a catcher. One, two, three,
Hmm.
four relievers and a catcher. Relatively big bullpen for Deadball, I would say.
Yeah. Yeah. And kind of pointless, really, because they don't pitch.
Yeah. Let's see. Back to the creation page.
But then again, I don't really need like these are all backups from here on anyway. So
Yeah, was it you who had the theory that like you didn't want a bunch of weak bats getting at bats, so you take more relievers, or was that Nerd of Anarchy?
it wasn't me, but that's a good idea. That's probably nerd
Okay,
that
yeah.
had that thought. Yeah.
So this is average level, right? Yeah, average level relief pitchers, first of four. This is where the 25 control starts to rear its ugly head. Kind of early, I think, for a 25 control, though. At average level, that's kind of brutal.
Yeah. Well, we are going with Jason Taylor.
Okay. I was hoping you go with JP Snow, brother of JT Snow.
Yeah.
That wouldn't get
Right.
confusing if you had JP Snow and JT Snow on the same team. Wait, did you
Right.
say P or T? All right, Jason Taylor. The flat but positive profile that tends to do pretty well.
Yeah, and the 45 home run suppression doesn't scare me. It
Yeah.
just doesn't.
This is average.
But yes, pair these put out like these generations to my first run that was actually sanctioned for the leaderboard.
Mm-hmm.
These pitchers are nowhere comparable star rating wise.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, that's first of four. There's a second of four. It does suck though. Then even knowing the best one is probably only get like 20 innings, right? All right, average
Yeah,
level, average age.
right. Exactly. Oh well, we're going to go with Chris McFadden.
Chris McFadden.
You get 75 control. You're running.
Yeah. So if I control God. Pretty good average level pick so far.
Mm-hmm.
All right, 5 more. This is the third, I think. Third of 4.
This is the third, yes.
Ooh.
Okay, I don't even have to look at the rest of his profile. We're going with Pedro Morales.
Yeah. We know this guy would do well in Modern. It'll be interesting to see how he does in Deadball. And he's a lefty, too. Interesting.
Yep. Yep.
All right, no, I think this is the 4th.
Mm-hmm. See if we get another steal.
Malachi Cooksey is an amazing name.
Yeah. Well, we're going with Malachi Cooksey.
Yeah. Looks pretty good. One of those flat profile guys.
Yes. No weakness, really.
Yeah. All right, let me just make sure we did get you 4. 1, 2. Oh, yeah, Pedro Morales. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. Okay, so the last player at this level is a catcher.
Oh, look, is that extra right? Because I have one good relief pitcher. I should have had 4
1,
average
2,
relief
3,
pitchers.
4. Oh, that's right. At this level, there's 6 picks, so you get 1 more. That's right. Good catch, FlyingWV. Good catch.
Yes, although I just hurt myself probably because it would have been better to have a hitter. Okay. Yeah, these guys aren't steals, but
This group is what you should have been getting all along. This actually
right.
highlights how good those steals were.
Yes, exactly. And we're going to go with Evan de Moranville.
Moranville?
Yes. Another lefty.
Okay, let's get rid of that guy. Another lefty. Speckle, thank you for the scritches for Crouton. Let me deliver those right after we get the next batch on the screen. Some speckle scritches incoming for Crouton.
Yes.
Okay, the last win is a catcher. Average age, average quality. All right, good luck with these. Well, I gotta switch over to the. Oh, you got a 4.5 star. What?
That's crazy. At average?
Oh my goodness. Let me give the scritches here. Scritches for Crouton. Speckle scritches. Speckle scritches for you. Alright, Nerd of Anarchy should be counting his lucky stars that this was not a regular creator roster run. Because you would be. Right? These players would be taking to a record here.
And we're taking Enrique Vasquez.
Are you sure you don't want to take Shuruchka Milashenko to make me say that name?
That name is awesome. That name is amazing.
Enrique Vasquez, this might be the greatest average level player we've ever seen. He's got 75 steal, too.
Right.
Alright, I'm taking a screenshot of this page. This guy is incredible.
60 defense, 75 steal, 85 power, 80 I, 60 BAB for an average level.
I mean, the only real thing against him, and we see this with legend level power I guys too, is that 30 avoid K. But
yeah.
Guy's incredible. Average level, this is insane.
Yes.
All right. Next, we're going down a level. Oops. We head down to bench level. We got first base, second. Oh yeah, this is the around the horn section. First, second, third, short, center field. Okay. First base. Average age. Bench level. Oh my goodness. Look at this dude.
Yeah. Yep, it's JD done. I don't have to look at the rest.
I mean, I'm hard pressed to remember a bench level player this good.
Bench level player with 80 power.
Yeah. This is insane. Second base. Average age. Oh, I think I'm going to start picking up Crouton's snoring in the microphone soon. He's sawing logs over there.
This is more like a bench player.
Yeah. Tougher choice, I think.
Well, we are going to go with Vicente Reyes.
Vicente Reyes, okay. You know, now that we're running close to the end of the cycle, I think I'm going to pick one of my accounts that has like the 7,000 or 8,000 clubhouse stars and just go all in on like Aaron Judge, Babe Ruth, like all the clubhouse cards, and just see what they do. Because most of those teams I have are like in high silver or something, and so see them go nuts. All right, so that was second base. So next is third base as we go around the horn. I appreciate you entering them in order like that. It's a lot easier to kind of keep track of what's next.
Yes.
All right. Oh, you got contact guys and power guys, but you got really good guys here.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're going with Miguel Ruiz.
All right. Going power. Power Babbitt. Yep, could stand it for... Oh, no, he actually plays first base, too, pretty well once he gets trained up. Well, that whole pool was good.
Yes.
No matter what you wanted, you could kind of find it in that pool. All right, next up is your shortstop. And... All right. Now, this is a bench level pool. How is this the same level as that last year? And it wasn't just like one or two. The whole group was really good. And now all of a sudden the whole group is like really bench level again.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're going to go with It's kind of torn on this one.
Yeah, no, I don't know what was going on there. I don't know if it was you or just the chat was feeling froggy, but...
Yeah, we're going to go with Jonathan Quiles.
Jonathan, you think it's Quiles or Quiles?
It could be Quile. Yeah.
Probably the best flat profile here.
Mm-hmm.
And second best defender, so tied or second best defense rating, 255 ahead of him. But yeah, Froggy or Froggy, nice callback. That was good. All right. And then we have center field, I think, rounds out the round.
Yes.
So around the horn and then center field. Man, I feel like Crouton Storius is really loud right now. Is anyone else hearing that? I don't think the mic's picking it up yet.
The mic's not picking it up now.
Okay. But he's sawing logs over there.
Well, we have to go with Chris McAllister.
Yeah, he's a little splitty, but yeah.
Yeah.
I thought you might be tempted by the 85 steal of Jared Bryan, but yeah, 70 contact, 75 BABIP at this level is pretty crazy.
It's still 65 steal, which is respectable.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. All right, I believe that closes out the round. Let me double check.
It does.
It does. Okay.
I think with left two scrub, left fielder, right fielder.
Oh, wait a second.
Oh, what do we do?
Why do we have too many players?
We do have one too many relief pitchers.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But no, I thought that's 1, 2, 3, 4. No, yeah, it is a 5-player round. Okay, so Jason DeMorinville was the last one, so we'll just delete him.
Yeah, just delete him. Yeah.
And then Miguel Ruiz needs to be labeled bench. Yeah, it's Deadball, but it's with the modifiers turned off. The player generation modifier and the recalc modifier. So the modifiers from 1907 are still on, but the new players won't be remodified when they're added in. They'll just experience the era modifier, but they won't be remodified for their profile. If that makes sense.
It took some crazy number.
Okay, we're going into the last round, which is a scrub level. We've got a left fielder and a right fielder coming up. A mix of modifiers, that's correct. Yep. So it'll still feel like the era, but these players will have a modern shape, and while they'll experience the modifiers of the era, they won't be reshaped when they're brought in. They'll still keep their current shape. You missed the whole spiel about the types and levels of modification and what we're doing or not doing. Frankly, I don't even know if it came across that clearly anyway, so you probably didn't miss anything.
Well, Mike Valone.
Yeah, I thought he's the clear best choice here. He's the least nerfed of all these players. Mm-hmm. The rest are pretty bad. He's like the least bad. Okay, yeah, I think this is a great pick here. Oh, this is Scrub. This is the first Scrub player.
And he really isn't bad for a scrub.
You're busy making up prep for D&D. Is that Dungeons and Dragons D&D? Or is there something else D&D? Alright, last player is a right fielder. Scrub level right fielder. It is okay, so are you going to be the dungeon master and you're preparing like a campaign? Are they called campaigns? Right field. I think campaign is what they call the tabletop games that they stream, like Quest and Chaos. It is for this session. Oh, that's cool. Are you guys playing tomorrow? Are you getting ready for Sunday? I'm going to be doing nothing but family stuff and then watching the Super Bowl. I'm super psyched about the Super Bowl. This is a pretty true scrub round here.
Yeah, this is a pretty true scrub round. I guess. Oh, jeez. You know, let's go with Dong Hyun Moon.
Dong Hyun Moon, probably for the name.
Pretty much.
I think Chris Leonard is pretty good too, but yeah, Dong Hyun Moon has the stealing and the fielding, which Chris Leonard does not have. So
Yes, yes.
I think that's a pretty safe pick there. All right, let's get him added in. Scrub level. And okay, so let me double check the roster. In the meantime, you think about whether you want to start with pitching, batting, or strategy. Do we have 25 players? We do. Is everyone labeled? They are. Okay, so what do you want to start?
Hitting.
Sorry, hitting?
Curious. Hitting, yes, hitting.
Hitting,
I'm
okay.
curious to see what they do with my lineup.
Yeah. Let's look at the
I think
batting.
my backup catcher might be better than my starting catcher. Honestly, my backup catcher might be better.
You got a lot of position coverage, which is good. Look at all these first basemen. Okay, so let's go to batting ratings, and then let's see what the AI wants to do. So let's see. You're a good catcher, and then actually, I don't know. Updike has much better contact.
Yes.
But yeah,
Yes.
Vasquez has more power and more speed. We know the AI likes stealing, and is the better fielder. So
Yes.
this
Yeah,
will
he's
be
got a chance to
interesting.
start. He's got a chance to start.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, he is not starting.
He's not starting now.
I mean, Updike's pretty good too, but he's a 5-star. That's the difference.
Right.
Okay. Um, yeah, your legends are batting 3, 4, and 5, 3, 4, and 6 versus lefties. Yeah, looks pretty good. You do have some good stealers here, so you might want to keep that in mind when it comes to strategy time. Do you want to do
Yes.
pitching or strategy next?
Strategy.
Okay. While it's still fresh in your mind.
Yep. What
Okay.
strategy actually does some stealing, but it's not small ball?
I think
Tactician.
tactician. Yeah, it also has
Okay.
the slower hooks.
Let's go tactician.
Okay, and then we go pitching staff. Four-man rotation is already set. Let's see what the ad does here. Yep, it kept your starters in. Yeah, it did a good job, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Nerdivank, you won. Congratulations, Nerdivank. So this was your daily Deadball that you won? Yeah, I don't know if it was something I specifically told you or whether it was part of like the demonstration account that I made that qualified for PTCS playing late iron and late bronze. But yeah, I'm a big believer in playing tournaments. I mean, I don't even play League really. I update my rosters once in a while if I stumble across on the weekend and find they're in the playoffs, but that's about it. Okay, so this looks pretty good. Rotation mode.
Strict order.
Strict order, okay. Alright, so let's save this. And then save as a quick start. This will be Deadball 26, FlyingWV, no mods. Save that. And okay, so what we usually do at this point is I'm going to run the ad break in a second here. Let me see when it fire. Okay, yeah. So I think it makes sense. We don't have to rush off those. So I wanted to say thank you, FlyingWV, for your tier 3 subscription. 2 community games per month with that, but also, I mean, such a long time support of the stream. I appreciate it. And of course, thanks for being in the voice chat tonight.
Yes. Thank you for having me. I'll see you on the other side.
Now, how did this meet up with your expectations? Though you wanted to do a non-modified player creation in Deadball.
Well, we will see. The player selection was fun. We'll see how the results actually shake out in the actual simulation.
Because you still have to participate in the era modifier. Because otherwise, it's like, what's the point, right? It's then we're just
Right.
playing in 2020, 2010.
Yeah.
But yeah, it'll be really interesting to see how they do because they're not getting remodified for the era, but they're still playing in the era. So
Yes. Yes.
it'll be interesting where they shake out. That last question should be a fun one. The home run hit by the leader.
Yeah, that one's gonna be challenging.
We'll see how good the guesses are on that.
Yes.
All right. Well, thanks
Well,
again, FlyingWV.
yep.
Appreciate it.
Yep. Thank you.
All right. Always a good time having FlyingWV play a community game. Yeah, so Nerviki, like you'll be in a good position too. Like at the start of the next cycle, you can decide how you want to approach that. I still started the cycle without doing variant tournaments, and then as I got enough resources and I knew what cards I wanted, I did start picking up some variants and boosting them. The main reason I didn't participate in their accommodators is they were such a pain in the butt to boost. So I think they did a good job with those variant booster cards. Yeah, but I'm always going to be in the middle because I'm never going to have enough perfect points to get the most recent like meta variants. It's still I'm still boggles my mind how high those auction values go. Crouton's done snoring, but he is giving a nice little stretch there. All right, so let's take a look here. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna run the ads. That'll be your 3-minute warning on the pack giveaway. I don't know if Lisa Loves Biology is in earshot, but we're getting close to the time we're going to close the forum. I will check in with everybody after the BRB, see where we are. But I will see everyone in a few minutes. Good luck with the pack giveaway forums, and I will see you all in a few minutes. All right, I think we're back for the ad break. I'm going to start reformatting the spreadsheet of the guesses. There will still be a few minutes, I guess, for Lisa Loves Biology. She wants to resubmit. We're giving a special exemption for her. She wants to submit a second one tonight because, as a caregiver for her father-in-law, we want to give her a little break. All right, let's see. Let me resize this in OBS so I can see if it fits okay. All right, I need to adjust these column widths a little bit. I know you can't see this, but because I don't want you to see the guesses. Otherwise, we can't take any new guesses on. Right now, the forum is still open, so if anyone wants to get in, haven't already, you have a second to do that. Yeah, I forget that the upfront section of these, the Deadball, because the league is so small, it's very different. Right, Note of Anarchy is almost done. We have very different approaches in the chat tonight. Psycho Ducko, who usually fills his out before before the build even starts, and then there's Nerd of Anarchy, always likes to wait till the all the information is in. Dotto's in, okay. Nerd of Anarchy also giving Lisa Loves Biology a few extra moments to get back. Okay, so yeah, of course, yeah. I'd be happy to switch to the batters. Here they are. Man, if this had been a regular Kratos run for FlyingWV, look at all these 5-star and 4-stars. More than a lineup can hold because all the starters and then one bench player are all 5 or 4.5 stars. I mean, it helps that the pitching staff is small, right? So you some of those 5-stars you would have wanted the pitching staff, but because it's a 4-man rotation and you don't need a lot of relief pitchers, you can just stack them in the lineup. Looks amazing. Well, so see, Grizzly, that's kind of the mystery. Is I don't think any of us knows for sure what's going to happen with the home run totals. So I think you might be spot on. You never know. It's hard to predict, how the era modifier is going to handle it without the remodification going on. I do feel for any new players, especially for new players who haven't watched the stream a lot, to get bombarded with all this modifier talk for this specific run, where we're leaving the 1907 modifiers in, but then turning off these other modifiers. It's got to be kind of hard to follow. But for those who've been watching the stream a lot, then you kind of understand how the modifiers work and how we play around with them. So hopefully it's a little bit easier. Ryan Elder had no idea how to fill out the form. Luckily, you have to call it a night. So you want well, if you do happen to get lucky to win packs, they'll show up in your collection probably in about a week or two because we are still working through a backlog. But you will get your packs if you do well. The Holler says, considering how frequently Speckle wins, I think the new players will be... Yeah, so Speckle doesn't watch baseball, doesn't play OOTP, doesn't play Perfect Team, just knows baseball from watching the stream. I think she's entered 3 times, and she's placed first or second twice. Alright, so I don't think we've heard from Lisa Loves Biology. Hopefully the... putting the father-in-law to bed is going okay. She did get a form entered in, though, so she can still participate, which is nice. But if she was hoping to, see how the build went and to enter in, she won't get a chance to do that, unfortunately. But at least she's in the mix, so she can still have a fighting chance. Alright, so I'm going to close the form, unless anyone else is about to submit. Oh, Nerve IQ with Scritches for Croutons, who has repositioned himself right next to my chair. I very suspiciously, I think he knows that the Scritches are coming. These are no Vernicky scritches, buddy. All right. What I'm hoping, though, is that the putting to bed is going okay, because she did say, if all goes well, kind of ominously, like, all might not go well. So let's hope that things are going okay on Lisa Loves Biology's end. All right, closing the form. And let's look at the aggregated guesses, the graphs for the aggregated guesses. There are 8 of you in the competition tonight. Really good participation. I appreciate so many of you getting in on this. All right, here's what the guesses look like. Will this team win the pennant and make it to the World Series? Most of you think so. The vast majority of you. And most of you think that they will win the World Series as well. Most of you think there will be a Cy Young winner. And everybody thinks there's going to be an MVP winner. All right. We'll see. I have a feeling with this many people, but so many of them having similar answers, we may have to go down to the win total for the tiebreaker. Oh, wait. Are you not seeing... Oh, yeah, I guess you're not seeing this, the MVP one. It's just a solid ball of everyone saying yes. All right, so with that, we already did save the quick start, so we're good there. We can go to opening day. Oh, okay. There are complications, so Lisa will be in and out. You have your headphones, so you get to listen. I do that a lot too. I end up listening to streams a lot more than I end up watching them these days. Either because I'm working or I'm having to, shuttle the kids around or whatever it is. I end up listening to OOTP streams a lot more than I watch them. But yeah, I'm glad you can still participate. Hopefully things go well and you'll get to rejoin us too. But I'm glad you got a form in, so at least you can participate that way. All right, as we sim to opening day, you'll see that the game is going to... You'll see 2 things. No, wait, you won't see one. Before, when we had the player modification on top of the era modification, you would see it saying it's recalculating, I think, Major League statistics or something. That's when it was saying, okay, the game has detected new players have been brought in. We have to remodify the league so that it matches the totals that are set in the original modifiers. Complicated, I know. Because we're not making them remodify the new players. I think it should go straight to the preseason predictions up top here. Yeah, it goes straight to generating Major League Baseball predictions because it doesn't have to do the statistics thing anymore. Okay, notice that we're getting owner things. If you look, we did turn owner stuff off. Where is it? Enable owner goals is unchecked. They are not enabled yet. We still get bothered by owner stuff. Okay, it's not a big deal. It's just kind of annoying when those messages kind of pop in here. Okay, let's see what the AI thinks. MLB, reports and info, preseason predictions. Pittsburgh Pirates predicted to be top in the league, 112 wins. 178 home runs in Deadball. Now look, it's still fewer than this team would have hit in 2010 because the era modifiers are still there. But it is going to blow away the league. Interestingly, the New York Giants predicted to hit 84. They've got Cy Seymour, Bresnahan, Strang. These are all guys with perfect team cards. Right? But 84. Wow. Nervagan made another final in daily low gold. That's awesome. Congrats. Sometimes it just hit like that. I think you're right. The Holler is making a point here that these all seem pretty high for So even though it didn't recalculate, it almost seems like our power is infecting the rest of the league. What did these players do to the league? That's funny. For a second, I thought maybe I forgot to delete the players we weren't using and other teams signed them. But I don't think that's what's happening. But yeah, the holler is right. This is why I take the screenshots too, though. We can compare these to other screenshots. When we did have the player, but I think the holler is absolutely right. These are way higher because, for example, our team always had single digit home runs. There were always a couple of other teams with single digit home runs predicted, and there are no single digit home run teams here. And 84 home runs by the New York Giants is crazy for the era. Well, these are players from 2024 though, not from 1997 or whatever. The Roys were. Yes. Oh yeah. No. If you look at the individual players, it's really clear, right? Sammy Strang projected at 33. Sherry McGee, even with 11, is kind of high. Bresnahan with 22. It's even in the other league. Now, it's interesting, though. In the other league, the predictions are a lot lower. They're still high, right? Crawford with 18. Cobb with 18. Is this Harry Davis? It is Harry Davis. Harry Davis with 18. Right? These all should be like 8 or 10. Maybe even 6. But yeah, Sammy Strang at 33 is crazy. Congrats on breaking something. Yeah, this is wild. Alright, I think I already screenshot this one. I'm going to screenshot it again just in case. Okay, so for some reason, our players have started something that has broken the game, and everyone's going to be hitting more bombs. We'll see if this plays out. It'll be interesting to see how this works out. Okay, let's go to opening day. All right, the Pirates taking on the Brooklyn Superbas in Brooklyn. Wait, someone had 207 projected steals. Oh yeah, this is the 95 steal guy. 95 steal. FlyingWV chose a strategy where the steals are up, and I said this when he picked the player, that this guy's stealing would work really well in 1907 because stealing is up. So I think they're all combining here to lead to a pretty high prediction. But we'll see what happens. This is why we do the Sims. All right, let's watch this one. All right. Well, a scoreless first, unbelievably, but Pittsburgh up, the Creator Roster team up in the top of the second. Stealing was up, but also caught stealing was up too. So it's not that effectiveness is up. It's that stealing was up and caught stealing was up. There's just a lot more base running going on. I think part of it's because there's no power. You're trying to manufacture runs. I think that's what was going on. Ground ball to third, over to second, back to first. It always sucks when your offensive highlight turns out to be the other team's defensive highlight. All right, bottom of the second. Runner on third for Brooklyn. Fly ball to center field. No out, so it should be deep enough to score the run. The throw is going to be cut off. They're not even going to try at the plate. So it's a 1-0 lead, which is pretty big in Deadball. But they don't have these kind of players in Deadball normally. All right, runner on first for Brent Flanagan. Legend level shortstop. 1-2 count. Ground ball to second. Scooped over to short. Back to first. And another defensive highlight for the other team. Top of the fifth, still trailing by 1. Trevor Van Acker comes to bat. He's an 85 power guy. Hits one to right field, but it's into the corner. Should be extra bases. All right. Top of the fifth. Runner on third. 1 out, 1-2 count for Devin Updike. Catcher. Pops him up. So that runner's going to stay put on third. And it looked like they stranded him because they did not score. Top of the seventh, another Crater roster team highlight. Jamie Seymour, center fielder, leading things off with a full count. Grounds it to the pitcher. The throw is not going to be in time. It's an infield hit. Vasquez, runner on first. The runner's going. The throw, not in time. Ooh, gets him looking. So 1 out. Seymour's now on third with a 1-2 count to Van Acker. Pops him up. Probably not deep enough to score the run. The throw is cut off. And they did not send the runner. J.D. Dunn comes to bat. This is the 80 power bench player. A real steal for the bench level. Line drive into left field, base hit. Yeah, we haven't seen a home run yet. I mean, the prediction is still just over a home run per game, right? It's not a ton of power because it's still 1907. I think the weirder thing is that everyone else's power went up. Ground ball to short, gets away from it because we didn't do the recalculation of the modifier. So the modifiers for the league should not include the power being brought in. So it's really weird that this team's... It's not weird that this team's home runs are so high. It's weird that the other team's numbers went up so high. All right, first and second. Run has scored to tie the game, and the rally continues. 2 outs to Micah Bro. Ground ball to third. Out at third. But that's an unearned run, I think, allowed to score by the error. Crater roster team highlights again in the top of the eighth. Vallejo projected with 200 steals at bat. He draws the walk. He's on second. I think he stole that base. 2-1 count. Still no outs. Fly ball to left field, right at the left fielder. The runner does not tag. So 1 out in a full count to Flanagan. Vallejo still on second. Ground ball to first. Unassisted. Runner advances to third. Yeah, Holler, that's a good point. It could have just broken something in the projections. That's true. All right, fly out. All right, bottom of the eighth. Brooklyn batting. Tie game. Emil Batch comes to bat. Blooper in the right field is a base hit. That brings up Lou Ritter. 2-0 count. Ground ball through the infield to the right fielder. The runner is not headed to third. Rounds and holds. First and second for Knapp Rucker. 0-1 count. Bunts to the first baseman. No play at second, so the play goes to first. Runners advance. Bases are now loaded. Infield is in for Phil Lewis. Ground ball to second. The throw home with the infield in. They get him. The throw to first. Double play. No, he's safe at first. Bases loaded again for Harry Lumley. 2 outs in a 1-2 count. Ground ball to second. And they get out of the jam. Unbelievably, they get out of that jam. Wow. Top of the ninth, still tied. Crater roster team is up. 1-1 count to Van Acker. Blooper in the right is a base hit. Gets the inning started nicely. Moon comes up with an 0-1 count. Ground ball to third. No throw to second, so the runner will advance. Devin Updike with 1 out and a full count. Runner in scoring position. Line drive into left field, but the runner had to hold up to make sure it got in, so I don't think they're going to score. They don't even send him. So it's first and third with 1 out. Full count to Micah Bro. Goes down on strikes. And that brings up Vallejo. 2 outs and a 3-0 count. Draws the walk, loads the bases for Jim Mordecai, star level first baseman. Checks the swing, it goes down swinging. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. And they do not score. They strand 3 runners. Lisa Loves Biology, thank you for the scritches for Crouton. Hey, Crouton, these are Lisa Loves Biology scritches. Yeah. All right. Okay, we're heading to the bottom of the 9th. 0-2 count for Tim Jordan. Mike Abreu is still in the game. Fly ball to center field. Records the out. Billy Maloney pops him up for the out. And we head to the top of the 10th. Will Bro come out for the 10th inning? Is he going to go more than 9 innings? Let's see. Brent Flanagan, full count. Ground ball up the middle. Gets past the shortstop for a base hit. Leadoff single. Jamie Seymour with a 1-0 count. And the legend level center fielder drives it right to the right fielder. And so that's going to be 1 out. Mike Vallone, left fielder. Bunts. There's a throw to second. I don't think it's in time, is it? Was he out? Oh, they did get the lead runner. I thought he was safe. It was a really late throw. But it might just been the animation. Trevor Van Acker. Fly ball to center. Yeah, all these innings and no home runs. It does not seem like that imported power is paying off. Bro comes back out for the 10th. Jack McCarthy leading things off. Line drive into left field. It might have been a mistake to let him throw extra innings here. And the outfielder goes through the wall. Where is he? He's still running. What is up with this animation? The other outfielder went through the wall. What is happening? The throw coming in from way outside the park. And and he just gets a double out of that? I feel like he could have circled the bases twice. Okay, let's rewatch this. Function F10. Or Control F10. Line drive down the line. Goes through the wall. The outfielder goes through the wall. The center fielder's jogging over. The center fielder still going. Now she goes through the wall. The whole time the runner hasn't even gotten to second base yet. How slow is he running? The cutoff, the throw in, and he's sliding into second after all that running. Oh yeah, the Holler's pointing out too, that is a heck of a throw to throw from that far away. I gotta see that again. That's wild. I've seen some fun animations for it, but this one's crazy. There it goes down the line, through the wall, left fielder goes through the wall, the ball disappears, the center fielder is still jogging over. The whole time the base runner, the batter's running. He should have been home twice by now. The throw in, the cutoff is zipped in, and the hitter is still sliding in a second. That's wild. What time in the stream is this? I'm going to clip that later. 2:54 in. I'll clip that later. All right. The batter's in Andre Molina. Even catchers, I think, could have hit an inside the park home run on that one. That was wild. Okay. Good thing he's still on second, though, because it's the bottom of the 10th. Still no outs. Lou Ritter bunts, pops it up. So the runner has to hold. 1 out. John Butler up. Oh my goodness, drives it into the gap. That's going to be a walk-off. To the window, to the wall. That is it. Game over. That's a bummer for Brooklyn. And also, where are the home runs? We brought in all these power hitters. Where are the home runs? I do want to look at... I think it is just over a home run per game, right? 178 in a 154 game season. So it's still a homer per game. All right, let's go to the standings view, and let's go ahead and do the month of April. I mean, the team is doing well, bouncing around between first and second place. Player of the week is Jose Vallejo. Mordecai hitting .433. Seymour with 7 home runs, tied for lead with, of course, 33 home run hitting Sammy Strang. Seymour second in RBI. Vallejo 28 stolen bases in the first month of the season. Whoa. That is also contributing his 2.2 batter WAR, second in the league, only behind Sherry McGee. That's funny. Smiley Face James said about Jamie Seymour hitting home runs. Figured we'd see more home runs at some point. Igoryak is third in the league in strikeouts, tied for second in the wins, and second in ERA. So Igoryak Sharafiev is in Triple Crown contention this season. All right, let's check out that batter of the month. Oh, I didn't change the mailbox settings. Fortunately, the batter of the month award is for our team, so we are going to still get it here. Oh, no, it's not. So, I think I can find it, though. News. Yeah, we have to come here to find it. Pitcher of the month. Wait, I thought we... why are we... I thought we got pitcher of the month. Oh, no. Strang is batter of the month. No. Wait, no. Strang is no. I thought we won a... It was it batter, but then it says it's Strang. Oh, that's the Highlanders. I thought it was pitcher though. Okay, let's just look. Let's see. Here's pitcher of the month. Beginnity. This is AL pitcher of the month. NL batter of the month. Sammy Strang. Sammy Strang has 6 home runs already. He really is going to hit 33. Harry Davis. So it's not pitcher of the month or batter of the month. That's weird. I thought it was. Oh, it might have been of the week then. Okay. That's not as interesting. So we usually don't look at those. Partly because we'd end up with so many. Okay. All right. Let's go to standings. Mordecai still hitting .433. Oh, yeah. Wait, we haven't advanced it. So we haven't advanced it since I did the sim. That's right. I was just looking for the pitcher of the month, which I couldn't find. Okay. Let's do the month of May. Still not running away with it. Giants are stubbornly hanging in there. Oh, there we go. Big jumping games behind there. Okay, you know what? It wasn't pitcher or batter of the month because this achievement wouldn't show up now if it was. So it probably was of the week. So, yeah. So Seymour is batter of the month, and Camacho, President Mountain Dew Camacho is pitcher of the month. So let's look for that. 37 consecutive stolen base streak by Vallejo comes to an end. Projected to steal 200 on the season. Jamie Seymour hit .385 with 12 home runs in Deadball in a month. 36 RBI, 36 runs scored. And pitcher of the month, President Mountain Dew Camacho went 7-0 and 7 stars, 2 ERA, 56 hits in 63 innings, 26 strikeouts, walking 9. Yeah, that's true. With the huge number of caught stealings in Deadball, 37 straight is kind of amazing. Great point, Holler. Really great point. That I've noticed so many streamers too, and people in chats, like they note the increase or decrease in steals in an era. You gotta look at the caught stealings too, because there are a lot of eras where steals are up and then caught stealings are even up more. And so, to Holler's point, the effectiveness in that era is way down. And so, if you send them more because stolen bases are up, you're going to get caught more too and just run out of more innings. It's really stealing effectiveness, or even just looking at the caught stealing ratios between the eras is really important. But I've heard streamers, and ones that are pretty good players too, say like, "Oh, stolen bases are up," without regard for the caught stealing number. All right, well, the Crater Roster team has won 13 in a row, 36-8 so far. All right, let's see the month of June. Continues to put distance between themselves and the Cubs. Seymour is now in Triple Crown position. 23 game team winning streak. 31 consecutive steals by Vallejo. Man, the effectiveness of that guy. Unless he's getting caught like 18 times in between. Alright, we gotta see his stolen base numbers. He's got 95 steals and 9 caught stealing. Amazing. Alright, that is incredible. But yeah, Seymour, Triple Crown position, 30 home runs already. Camacho, second in ERA, first in wins, but not on the strikeout leaderboard anymore. Fernandez tied for second in league in saves with 2. All right, let's go to the All-Star game in July. Highest vote getter, Triple Crown candidate, Jamie Seymour. 15-game win streak by President Mountain Dew Camacho. Holler says, my guesses were better the other night when I didn't see the rosters. Alright, let's... Oh, we have to finish today. That's right, to get to the break itself. 1-3 in a row, 6-4 in the last 10, 62-15, and 805 win percentage. But I think amazingly, I think that's on a down month, right? Let's see. Yeah, well, it's still early, but 600 in the month of July so far. 857 in May, 821 in June. That's up from 750 in April. All right, let's look at the All-Star voting. That is one of the questions. All right, of course, Jamie Seymour leading all vote getters. No one in the top 3 in catching. Mordecai leading at first base. Van Acker leading at second base. Vallejo leading at third. Flanagan leading at short. Berkeley second in voting in left field. As mentioned, Seymour leading all vote getters in center. Look at Sammy Strang with all those home runs. Still only second in the voting in right field. He has 13 home runs. Lumley has 20. Okay, yeah, we broke the game somehow. How would that work? The era modifier is still in place. We didn't let it recalculate, so really it should be kind of ignoring all the new power in the system. But it seems like that new power has infected kind of other players who now they have extra power. But the modifier should actually work in reverse if they were on. If they were recalculating, it should like push down everyone's power because now there's too much power in the system. So I don't understand how this is happening. It's very interesting. All right, we don't have any pitchers voted in, but we know the AI is not really great at voting for created or imported pitchers. So let's take a look at the stats. When your win record is that good, when you're 62-15, you're gonna have some successful pitchers in there, even if their ratings might be not ideal for the era. (16-3, 14-3, 14-3 for Camacho, Robinson, and Sharafiev. Burrow a little bit behind at 12-6. But the lowest ERA is, we don't have anyone sub 2, which wouldn't be unheard of in that era. But I think it's the infusion of home runs. That's part of what's happening here. Yeah, that's right, Steve Grizzly, right? It looked like it was only the NL, too, which is where our imported players are. It's very weird. It's like power is almost contagious, and it's not being modified. Okay. Oh, I know. We have to count how many All-Stars we have. That's part of the pack giveaway. So, that's what I was trying to think of. I knew that I was missing something. Okay. So, we've got Micah Bro, President Mountain G. Camacho. They are both added to the pitching staff. Mordica was voted in. Van Acker was voted in. Vallejo was voted in. Flanagan voted in. Berkeley selected. Seymour voted in. I counted 8. Okay, Holler counted 9. Let me recount. Bro, Camacho, Mordica, Van Acker, Vallejo, Flanagan. Oh, I think I missed Flanagan last time. Berkeley, Seymour, Saravia. Okay, I think I missed Berkeley last time. Yeah, 9. Holler's right, 9. That's 9 All-Stars in a much smaller pool, too, because there's only 8 teams in each league. I think it's a 25-man roster, so that's extra dominant. So I finished it. I guess this many home runs at the All-Star is a lot. I think I might be thinking of their full season numbers. Okay, let's see. The home run contest might be just all our players, but let's see. Seymour, Berkeley, Van Acker, Flanagan. We have half the field. But the fact that guys like Lumley's hitting 20 at the break, right? Harry Davis has 15 at the break. Dave Brain has 20 at the break. Those are definitely inflated. Seymour, Lumley, Davis, and Flanagan all advance. Seymour and Flanagan. So it's going to be a creator roster versus creator roster final. Oh, it's 4 players from each league in the home run derby. So that might explain. There's some NL headers with fewer home runs in here, which is why it's not all our team. All right, Flanagan takes it 13-12. Good final. Competitive final. Man, Seymour hit 19 in the semifinal to advance. All right, we'll advance to the All-Star game and we'll quick play it. NL wins 7-2. Jamie Seymour with the second best performance of the day, and Vallejo with the number 3 performance of the day. Let's look at the box score. NL jumps ahead in the bottom of the third and doesn't look back. Vallejo 1 for 2 with a run scored. Flanagan 1 for 2 with a run scored. Berkeley 0 for 1. Seymour 1 for 2, 2 runs scored and 2 RBI, including a home run. Van Acker 1 for 2. Mordica 0 for 1 with a walk and a run scored. On the pitching side, Camacho pitched 2 innings, second and third, giving up 3 hits and an earned run. And Burrow went 1 inning, gave up a hit, and struck out a batter. So yeah, pretty good performances. Really good performance at the plate. Who was player of the game though? George Stone. What did he do? Is he a pitcher? Where is this player of the game? George Stone, left field. Oh, leadoff hitter for the AL. Thank you, Smiley Face Jane. Yeah, 2 for 2, 2 runs scored in an RBI, hit a home run. Wow, leadoff home run. All right. Something is happening. Our power is contagious, apparently. The other hit was also an extra base hit. Okay, that makes sense. All right, let's finish out the month of July. The 11-game win streak by Robinson comes to an end. 74-20. The win percentage has dropped a little bit, but still playing very good baseball. Seymour is now tied for the league in batting average, so still in Triple Crown position. And we have the top 3 RBI players. Vallejo with 120 stolen bases so far. Yeah, Ezekiel's even with 107, it is so hard to beat the actual Hack Wilson record of 191 RBI in the season. The times it has happened, we've had like 3 players on the same team have 200 RBI. But in general, it's a really tough record to break. All right. How did we end up here? Did not mean to do that. Okay. 95-25, 792 win percentage, so stabilized a little bit for August. Seymour still leading in batting average, home runs, and RBI. Vallejo up to 149 steals. Oh yeah, I was going to look at the pitching. No one on the leaderboard strikeouts anymore. Camacho second in ERA, third in wins, third in wins. Robinson and Sharafiev tied for first with 24. Can we compare Lumley, Brain, and Strang home runs to some other sims? Yeah, we can do that. Maybe we'll do it though at the start of the next sim because I do want to get to bed because my wife's out of town to visit that family member in hospice, and I've got to get up in the morning to take care of the kids. So maybe we do that comparison. I don't think we have anything scheduled tomorrow, so maybe we just do a comparison of like this sim and the other sims. I think that'd be fun to see, especially after we noticed. I think was it the Holler who first pointed out that the home run totals were up so much across the league. OPS leader is 200 points higher in our league. Yeah, even just comparing across here seems to be, a big differentiator, right? So, right, Lumley and Brain 34-28. That's way higher than anyone in the AL. No, but I think I remember FlyingWV commenting that he was trying to find HRA pitchers, I think, to fit the era better. All right, the regular season ends in October back then because there's no long playoffs, and so we will go to the end of the month. Seymour still in Triple Crown position. as many RBI as he had, I don't know that he's going to catch Hack Wilson. I don't think he is. 45 game on base streak by Seymour, 8 game team winning streak, 27 game hitting streak by Seymour comes to an end. So I Fish remembers that in the Sims with modifiers on, that have seen the HRA numbers were pretty nuts. I mean, everyone had 95 HRA back then, but I think that was partly because no one was hitting home runs either. So. All right, it is one more week to go, just over a week to go. Seymour has now fallen out of Triple Crown position. Sherry McGee has jumped ahead in batting with a 353 average. Way ahead in home runs and runs batted in, though. 1205 OPS. The next highest OPS, Sammy Strang with 971. Camacho leading in wins, second in strikeouts, and not on the leaderboard for earned run average. No, they just had typical 2024 HRAs, but not typical because FlyingWV was selecting, like looking for higher HRA, but nowhere near 95. All right, let's finish out the regular season. 119 and 34. Seymour does, look at this, ties for the batting average lead. Wait, we have one more game to sim. Can he hang on? No! He drops to 343 and loses a Triple Crown on the last day of the season. Brutal. Brutal. But he is the home run champion. He is the RBI leader. Does not get close to Hack Wilson's record. Vallejo does not quite meet the 200 stolen base projection. He steals 190. Camacho finishes third in ERA, first in wins, and third in strikeouts. All right, let's finish the season. We have one more game to go. Oh, no, we already did. So let's go to scores view. Well, let's save this first of all. Let's save that. All right, here we go. It is the Pittsburgh Pirates against the Philadelphia Athletics. Let's take a look at the relative season. 120 and 34, 779 win percentage for the Pirates, 98 and 56 for the Athletics. But they crushed the Creator Roster team last time they played, but the Creator Roster team was not built like this, so we'll see what happens. Oh, right off the bat, it's a loss. 3-2. Tight one. Runs in each of the third, fourth, and fifth innings gives the Athletics the lead after Pittsburgh jumped ahead 2-0 in the first inning. So if our guys have lower HRAs than... Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, okay. So the holler. So I think Smiley Jane has figured it out. Because the modifiers were off, the power hitters on our team were not nerfed. But at the same time, our pitchers' home run suppression was not as high because everyone else had 95. So because we have lower HRA and the ERA modifier is on, then our pitchers are going to give up more home runs because they don't have HRAs as good as everybody else. Do we allow 74? Probably. Let's take a look. Home runs allowed. Actually, no. We are allowing the fewest in the league. Well, no, but that makes sense because our team is hitting all the home runs. But our team is giving up more home runs than any other team. But our team is not giving up enough home runs to explain why the entire league is up. Yeah, so I don't think that's it. But something weird is happening. Like something, even though, yeah, there's still, yeah, I don't know what's going on. It's really interesting. But I do think Spy Fishing, a deep dive is worth it. I think we should do that, whether it's Sunday or Monday. I don't know yet, but this is uncovering something interesting here. All right, game 2. It is a win. Another close game though, 2-1. Again, we score early, 2 runs in the 4th this time, but Philadelphia only scores 1 in the 7th, so it remains a lead that holds up for the rest of the game. All right, travel day, tied up 1 apiece as we open up a homestand in Pittsburgh, home of the Creator Roster team. It's another win, 7-3, taking a 2-1 series lead. No home runs again, though. All right, game 4. Another win, 5-4. Again, no home runs. 2 runs each. 2 runs by each team in the 9th. So Philadelphia actually jumped ahead 4-3. And then Pittsburgh came back to walk it off 5-4. Walked it off without a home run. All right, it is now a 3-1 series. They do have a chance to win it at home. They do it. They win at home, scoring. The first run in the 2nd held up because it was a 4-hit shutout, but they ended up scoring 1 in the 7th and 2 in the 8th. It was Igoryak Sharafiev who went the distance, 4 hits, 2 walks, and 8 strikeouts. I think relative to the era, stuff might be up too. We did have a lot of high stuff pitchers. All right, let's go to the postseason awards, right? We need to know the postseason awards. Let's save this first of all. All right, let's go to. We have to finish today, I think, before it'll let me select the Great Glove Award. 1446 game score. All right, Great Glove Awards. None. No Pittsburgh Pirates got Great Gloves. All right, next up, reliever of the year. Usually this award just kind of goes away because no one has enough innings. Our closer had 25 innings and 4 saves. So yeah, this award usually goes unawarded. Yeah, the league modifiers were left on, but the recalc was turned off. So the league modifiers were still on, but then all these new players came in with power. But there's no reason then, like the original players should get higher power. All right, let's relief pitcher of the year. I think this will go unawarded. Yeah, no relief pitcher of the year awards. All right, platinum stick awards, 4. Platinum stick winners. First baseman Mordica, third baseman Vallejo, shortstop Flanagan, center fielder Seymour. That's it, 4. I would have expected a lot more. Of course, Lumley's hitting 36 home runs now, so who knows. Rookie of the year, we don't have anyone eligible. Cy Young Award. Let's look at our candidates. I'm assuming it's going to be Camacho, 31-7, the most wins and the most strikeouts by 1, the tie for the lowest ERA, second highest WHIP, or second highest WAR. I mean, Strang only hit 29 home runs. What a loser! Yeah, let's see how many he hit in real life. Strength's not even on here. Strang in 1907 hit 4 home runs. 4 home runs. Amazing. Amazing. All right, let's go back to the mailbox. And Cy Young Award. All right, so Cy Young Award. Mordecai Brown takes it. 27-10, 2.5. 27-10, 2.51. Okay, his ERA was a lot better, a half run better. Okay. No, Spyface Jane, I'm with you. I don't think it's as simple as like we just broke something. I think there's got to be some calculation going on that's causing this. I agree with you. All right, MVP. Seymour takes it. Not surprised. Vallejo came in second. Flanagan fourth. Van Acker sixth. Berkeley ninth. Saravia 11th. All right, so no Cy Young, but yes to the MVP. Yeah. All right, so we should have enough information for the pack giveaway, but I am gonna take a quick BRB. I think partly because we had such a long preamble to the stream, but let me just take a couple minutes here. I'll run ads, and I'll be right back. All right, we are back. Yeah, I think at this point we're ready to do the pack giveaway. So let me get that up. All right, first we do first place survivor style. There were eight of you. 8 of you in the competition. Thank you all for participating. It's all more fun. We have more people in it. You're out of that survival part. I think anyone is in the running though for the second place. I think the stats are so crazy. I think anyone could come out the winner on the second part. All right, let's see. Will they win the pennant? Yes. So we lose the Grizzly there. And then they go they win the World Series. What was the final? 4-1. That's what it was. 4-1. 4-1. All right, so they win the World Series. We lose the Holler and Dono. Will a player on this team win the Cy Young Award? We did not win the Cy Young. Mordecai Three Finger Brown did. So the only no's were Ryan Elder, the Holler, and Z Grizzly, but the only one who was still left was Ryan Elder. So congratulations, Ryan Elder wins first place. Though others getting 3 points for the second part are Psycho Ducko, Lisa Loves Biology, Flying Crouton Best Boy, and Nerd of Anarchy made it to the deciding question. So those 4 will get 3 bonus points. Now, if it had come down to the number of wins, 120 would have been the answer. And Flying Crouton Best Boy, which is Flying WB, would have won it. But as it stands, Ryan Elder is our first place winner. And our 3-point bonus folks are those 4. I'm going to hide these columns. And resize everything. So yeah, Ryan Elder will not get their guesses scored because they have already won. All right. First question is how many games behind? Most of you had them winning the pennant, so most of you will get a point there. All right, All-Stars. 9 All-Stars. Amazingly, Lisa Loves Biology and Nerd Anarchy guessed 8. That is such a high total. That's incredible guessing. Nice job, Lisa Loves Biology and Nerd of Anarchy both. So I officially went back through the VOD and think the league settings might have been toggled incorrectly. Oh, that's interesting. Let's go take a look. I locked them and turned off recalc. So I don't think I changed anything. And this is set back to 1. So I think because FlyingWV and I confirmed that the settings are correct. Now, of course, we both could have been wrong, but I did ask him, okay, does that look correct to you? But, man, I thought you'd figured it out. I was excited. I mean, even if it was my mistake, I would have been excited to have the answer, right? Like, it's good to know. Gold gloves. 0 gold gloves. Only Z Grizzly gets this correctly. A solo point for Z Grizzly there. Nice one. Close was Holler and Ryan Elder. Each gets 1 as well. Platinum Stick Awards, there were 4. 4. So Psycho Ducko, Flying Crouton Best Boy, and Nerd of Anarchy each get a point there. Okay, I think we're in the mouse hover questions. Yeah, mouse hover questions. First for the offensive categories. No surprise there. And on the defensive side, 7th, 4th, and 9th. All right, so first up is run scored, first place. Psycho Ducko, Lisa Loves Biology, Flying Crouton Best Boy, Dono, Nerd of Anarchy get points there. Next up, batting average, first. Flying Crouton Best Boy, Dono, Nerd of Anarchy get points there. Home run sit, first. Psycho Ducko, Lisa Loves Biology, Flying Crouton Best Boy, The Holler, Dono, Nerd of Anarchy. All right, the defensive mouse over questions. ERA, 7th. 7th. Z Grizzly, 2 away, gets a solo point there. Strikeouts thrown, 4th. Lisa Loves Biology gets a solo point there. Nicely done. And defensive efficiency, 9th. Flying Crouton Best Boy solo point. Nicely done. 2 really good guesses there at the end. Okay, headed into the batting section. Psycho Ducko has 4 plus the 3 bonus points for 7. Z Grizzly has 2. Lisa Loves Biology has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus the 3 bonus points for 8. Flying Crouton Best Boy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 plus the 3 bonus points for 9. The Holler with 2. Donna with 4. And Nerd of Anarchy with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 plus 3 is 9. So Flying Crouton Best Boy, Nerd of Anarchy with 9. Lisa Loves Biology 8. And Psycho Ducko with 7 are our front runners. The Holler gives himself a participation award. Z Grizzly guessing a point total of 2. Still possible. Okay. Number of triples by the team leader in triples. That was 36 by Vallejo, and we did suspect that because he had this huge gap power. Oh, Z Grizzly redeeming switches for Crudo. Thank you, Z Grizzly. That collar shake was him walking over to my chair, probably saying, "Hey, the cooldown is over. Where are my scritches?" So this guy had 90 gap power and 80 speed. And so we had assumed he was going to hit a lot of triples. And so he had 36 triples. 36 triples. Dono closest with 33. Solo point for Dono. All right, next up. Highest batting average. But you need at least 300 plate appearances. So that's Seymour with 343. .343. 10 away is Dono. Also Psycho Ducko. Flying Crouton is 15 away. So I think it's 10 away. Dono and Psycho Ducko. All right, and then same for OPS. Seymour with an 1180. Uh, 1108. But I think closer Psycho Ducko with oh no, wait, sorry. 1180. 1180. Yeah, so Psycho Ducko is closer there. I think it's Psycho Ducko. No one else is over that. So yeah, Psycho Ducko with a solo point. I think Lisa loves biology for future reference. I think you might have been guessing a different stat here. You might have been guessing on base percentage, maybe? I think you might have thought OBP because you guessed 244 for the batting average. So 323 would make sense for on base percentage. And highest batter WAR. 14 by Seymour. That's huge. 14. Nerd of Anarchy with the highest guess is going to take it with 11.1. Alright, so after the batting question, Psycho Ducko is up to 9. Z Grizzly at 2. Lisa Loves Biology at 8. Flying Crouton at 9. Still 2 for the Holler. Dono picks up 2 to move up to 6, and Nerdaraki moves up 1 to 10. So Nerdaraki in first place of the second place contenders. Yeah, no. Lisa Loves Biology. No, we get it. I get it. I totally get it. I just brought it up so that in case you misunderstood the question, that you don't misunderstand it next time. So, strikeout leader 187. 187. Nerd of Anarchy is 11 away. And I think he's the closest. Building up that lead. Kind of like insurance runs. Okay, lowest ERA. 2.95. You need at least 100 innings fixed, so 2.95. Highest guess is taken, and I think it's Lisa Loves Biology, 2.44. All these ERAs much higher than I think we were expecting, given the quality of the pitchers and the era. So I think they surprised us all. Lowest WHIP 1.09. 1.09. Dono very close to the 1.1. Yeah, Dono takes it with a 1.1. All right, highest pitcher WAR is 7.8. The Holler is 0.3 away, but the 8 guesses are 0.2 away. So Z Grizzly and Lisa Loves Biology. So, headed to the final extra question. 9 points for Psycho Ducko. 3 points for Z Grizzly. Didn't Z Grizzly say 3? Yeah, there you go. Lisa Loves Biology with 9. No, with 10. Sorry, with 10. 10. Flying Crouton with 9. Holler with 2. Dono moves up to 7. And Nerving goes up to 11. All right, so there's one question left. I think only Lisa Loves Biology can potentially catch Nerd of Anarchy. And the home runs hit by the team leader in home runs. 54 by Seymour. 54. Look at that. Ryan Elder got it exactly, but has already won. Psycho Ducko gets it right. That moves Psycho Ducko to 10. 3, 10, 9, 2, 7, 11. So Psycho Ducko gets the last bonus question right, but not quite enough to catch Nerd of Anarchy. That was not the number you meant to enter. Yeah. 8 seems a little low. So it is Nerd of Anarchy finishes second. King of second place is what we started calling Nerd of Anarchy. Didn't you also finish second place in your tournament tonight? King of second place? It's King of second place for packs and tournaments. Alright, well thank you everybody for participating. And I do like the idea of we'll do the deep dive onto what happened in this sim tomorrow. I think it's a great idea by Smiley Face Jane to try to figure out what happened. FlyingWV, thank you for using it. I always appreciate that you are willing to give up your shot at the leaderboard to have fun with us. So, and if we don't do a sim tomorrow, that means we'll be using the wheel spin tomorrow. But let's go right into Chugi24. He's been very kind to raid into us lately, and we're finally finishing before him. So, Chugi24, variety sports streamer, a really fun stream. I always like hanging out in there. He just has like a cool, chill vibe and a fun vibe to his sports streams. So hope you enjoy that. And you know what? I guess I should have looked to see if anyone's streaming OOTP, but usually at this hour, no one is. Yeah, it's just us. So I think raiding Chugi is the way to go. I think he's doing wrestling tonight. So not baseball related, but still should be a good time. And hopefully we'll see you all tomorrow night around 10 p.m. Pacific time. Ezra does stream on Sundays, so we'll just go on after him. And thank you all for being here. And I hope you got your fill of PTCS special franchise time machine drops.